And we're live. Good morning, members of council, and welcome to our second of four budget retreats. I am John Allure. I'm the Assistant Budget Director for the City of Durham. And what I'd like to do this morning, unless there are opening comments, is perhaps, Mary, did you have anything you wanted to offer to begin with?
I don't. Thank you, John. Go for it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Reese does.
I think I've got a number of colleagues who are having a hard time finding the right link. So I know that Pierce just texted me about it. I don't see Mark Anthony on the list.
Mark Anthony has to come a little late today.
Okay.
But I think it'd be good to get him the link as well, just to make sure.
But we are live on YouTube right now. Is that right?
We are, correct.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to take a minute, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, to thank Mark Anthony for going yesterday and getting his first vaccine shot. Mr. Mayor, I know you've already had yours, which is fantastic. And I think I just want to encourage all of my colleagues to maybe reach out to the health department. Mark Anthony got vaccinated as part of an effort to increase the vaccination rates amongst our Black and brown neighbors. Right now, those rates are lagging quite a bit. And it's my understanding that his vaccination was part of an effort to encourage folks, specifically in the Black community with Mark Anthony, to get vaccinated when they are eligible to do so. And I spoke with Mark Anthony just a moment ago, and he said he was comfortable with me saying how happy I am that he stepped up to do that. I want to encourage everyone else in the group to do that because it's just super important that we get as many people vaccinated as possible. I know there's a lot of reticence among certain parts of our community. I just want to encourage y'all to do that. So anyway, that's that. As for me, I'm not in a community where incident rate or the vaccination rates are lagging, and so I'll be waiting for whatever my group is called. So thank you, Mr.
John, it looks like there are 5 of us. We know that Mark Anthony is in a North Carolina League of Municipalities presentation he's making on race equity, and I'm not sure. Do we know for sure that Javier knows what the right link is? We had a little trouble with that this morning.
The link was sent about 5 minutes ago to all council members.
Yeah. Okay. So hopefully she'll have that. Thank you. Go ahead, John. I think we're ready to roll.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks to the second FY22 council budget retreat for the budget year. I'd like to kick things off. First, my name is John Allure, Assistant Budget Director, and I'd like to kick things off by just displaying on the monitor our agenda for today and briefly going over that, just so everybody has a refresher of what that looks like. So our first presentation will be a presentation on our use of the budget equity tool and budget engagement within the budget department, followed by the financial projections and budget outlook presentation. We'll take a short break around noon, and then we'll follow up with the CIP and debt discussion, leaving ample time for discussion for council and for the mayor. I know yesterday that it was mentioned it was a priority. You might want to talk a little more about capital infrastructure and potential for a bond. And then at 1 o'clock, Dr. Michael Walden will join us from North Carolina State University, the economist, and give us an economic outlook. We'll have closing remarks, and this agenda has been extended based on the mayor's comments yesterday with an allowance to go till 2:30 this afternoon, allowing for a robust discussion around for members and for everyone to get anything they feel needs to be expressed with what will be a lot of financial information today. So with that, I'd like to kick things right off and move right to our first presentation, which is a joint discussion on racial equity budget tool, and then a brief presentation on budget engagement. I have some partners in this that I'm going to hand things off to. Joining me here is from our Office of Budget and Management Services, Tony Thompson, and from the OPI Office of Performance and Innovation, Erin Parrish. And I will turn things over now to Erin.
Thank you, John. My name is Erin Parrish. I'm a design and performance strategist in OPI. So I'm just so happy to be with y'all today. I wish I could be chatting with everyone in the buffet line, which is my personal favorite part of budget retreat, but I'm just happy to be with everyone on this rainy Friday morning and for us to be able to spend this time together talking about racial equity budget tools. So if we can move on to the next slide, I will talk about the overview of the day. Yeah. So this is a two-part presentation. So the first part is going to be about the racial equity budget tool. We're going to talk about what it is, how we got to this point, developing it, and how we're going to implement it in the FY22 budget process. And the second piece will be about our budget engagement efforts, outreach of recent educational outreach, and future engagement plans. So the next slide is going to talk about what this tool is. But before I get into the kind of meat of the presentation, I was really inspired by yesterday's musical theme, and I was trying to think about how to carry it over. And instead of music, I kept hearing this line from a Spanish poem, which is also the title of a book of conversations between education activist Paulo Freire and civil rights activist Miles Horton. And that line is, "We make the road by walking." So the work of building justice is a continual process that works best when we work together. And the racial equity tool is really just one step of how we're trying as a city to walk the talk towards greater racial justice. And there have been a lot of people who have been walking this talk and building this road before us through far more treacherous terrain. And this got me thinking about Durham's hometown saint, Pauli Murray. And she has a great quote that I love. And she says, "In not one single one of these little campaigns was I victorious. In each case, I personally failed, but I have lived to see the thesis upon which I was operating vindicated. I have lived to see my lost causes found." And it's our task to pick up the causes of others who have done the work of racial equity in the past and find places for them in our lives, in our work, and in our community. And that brings us back to the wonderful mural that Manager Page put up at the start of the retreat yesterday, which is a really great theme for the retreat. And I think it's a North Star for the racial equity work that we do, because we're always building on the work of those who came before us, such as leaders featured in that civil rights mural. And we're walking on paths that others have cleared for us in some way or another. And it's our responsibility to make that path easier and extend further for those who come after us. So I hope the fact that we are talking about racial equity on the same day that we're talking about the money would make St. Pauli smile down on us just a bit. So what is a racial equity tool? And first, what is racial equity? So racial equity is when race is no longer a predictor of life outcomes and outcomes for everyone are improved. So equity is about outcomes. It's not about intention. It's about the work you do to move the needle towards racial justice. And a racial equity tool is one part of that work. It's a decision-making model used to integrate equitable considerations into our policies, practices, and procedures. And it's basically a structured critical thinking tool that asks us to purposefully consider race, to use data in our decision-making, and to encourage community involvement in that process. The next slide, we'll talk about why we use a racial equity tool. And this is BMS's contribution to help the city operationalize our racial equity mission statement, which is the city of Durham intentionally identifies racial inequities, engages the community, and uses a collaborative approach in creating solutions to ensure race no longer stands as a determinant of outcomes and opportunities. And a racial equity tool really targets this first piece. It's a tool for helping us identify where racial inequities are in practice in our organization and gives us a structured way to think about how we can think about solutions. So this is part of our larger model for embedding racial equity within our organization. So we're using the Government Alliance for Racial Equities model, which is normalize, organize, operationalize. And that's a mouthful. And really what it is the talk, planning the walk, and walking the talk. So normalizing is normalizing conversations of how we talk about race in our organization through things like training. Organizing is building the capacity to make change happen through things like our racial equity organizational team, and operationalizing is how we make that change happen. So much of this work was done as part of our organizational racial equity team within our tools and training subcommittee. And I really just want to take a moment to talk about the people who were on this team who did this work. So Sharon Williams in Equity and Inclusion and Michael Pullum in Community Development led this team. Adria Graham-Scott in OEWD, Henry Burwell in the Police Department, myself, and Mary Grace Stone King was our fabulous intern. You know, we worked together to build this product collaboratively. And a lot of the people on the team were facing unparalleled challenges in their work this summer. And they showed up, they did the work, and we have a really collaborative product as a result of it. So I'm proud of the work that we did together, and I'm proud to call everyone on this team colleagues. So the work that we did, we looked at tools that different municipalities were using, and we conducted interviews with selected municipalities. And we also drew from the technical assistance that we received from GARE over our year-long participation in our North Carolina cohort. And that included training in results-based accountability and in using the GARE tool. So some of the cities that we examined in detail are Seattle, Grand Rapids, Michigan, San Antonio, Minneapolis, and Portland. And we interviewed people in the first 4 of these cities. And the cities used tools in different ways. So some used equity tools just for budgeting. Some used them as a larger organizational decision-making model for policy decisions and programming decisions. Some used them to help guide COVID-19 rapid responses, and some used them for a mixture of all of these. So I'm going to take a moment to do a deeper dive on 2 of the cities that we learned a lot from. So Seattle is really a national model. They were early adopters of this racial equity work. They've had a racial equity tool for 12 years. They've been doing this work for 16 years. And this model that you see, this 6-step model, is really what most cities across the country use some version of this. And GARE also uses some version of this for the tool that they teach. So setting outcomes, if equity is all about outcomes, it's a really great place to start. So the tool asks you to think about, what do you want to achieve through this action, and how will this goal further racial equity? The second is, how do we involve community in the process? How do we use data, and especially racially disaggregated data, to guide the decisions that we make? The next 2 are really the core of the critical thinking component of this tool, because it asks you to take a moment and think about the consequences of your actions. So thinking about who benefits from this decision and who would be burdened by this decision. It asks you to think about what are unintended consequences that could occur as a result of this action. What are ways that we could mitigate harm from those consequences? And what are ways that we could use this as an opportunity to further racial equity? And then the last 2 steps are really about evaluation and accountability. How do you evaluate the impact of your decision, and how do you share those impacts back with the community that's affected and with your city leadership? The next one is Grand Rapids, Michigan. And this was a good example really for the process that they took. They had a staged rollout in which each step built onto each other and built capacity along the way. And I'm going to brazenly steal my colleague Monica Chaparro's local government love language concept and say that clear, actionable goals would be my local government love language. And that is all over the Grand Rapids, Michigan process. So in 2018, they completed a racial equity action plan. And in that plan, they laid out how they were going to use a racial equity tool along with many other things. In 2019, every department chose a project to pilot using that racial equity tool. And so that could be a budget request, it could be a program decision or a policy decision. And they offered a lot of structure on how to prioritize thinking about this analysis. So there were opportunity areas that were prioritized for this racial equity analysis, such as education, environment, criminal justice, housing, and jobs. They offered even more specificity around impact areas to prioritize, like construction equity, workforce equity, youth initiatives. They also looked at specific geographic areas to focus efforts on. And multiple municipalities do this, where they take a series of indicators like race, ethnicity, and income, and they focus on the highest level of inequities in geographic areas as areas to focus resource allocation. And then they also provided departments training and a manual explaining the context of how to use this tool. And they were doing this all while they were also developing a new strategic plan. And in their strategic plan, they had a values section before the goals section. And in the values section, equity was their first named value. And they also had really clear, measurable goals of what it meant to achieve equity. And then the following year, there was an official mandate for an equity tool to be woven into the budget process that was tied to the strategic plan they did the year before. So some common aspects of racial equity tools that we saw across different cities were that cities started slow with phased rollouts. They had analyses that focused on key impact areas for racial equity. They needed a leadership mandate for real success. And they had racial equity teams that were oftentimes multi-departmental that supported departments in using these tools. And they supported them in a variety of ways. They offered training on how to fill out the tool. They offered supportive material, including glossaries of key terms and data and engagement resources. They offered one-on-one consultations if departments wanted extra help in completing the tool. And they had an evaluation of how well the tool was filled out afterwards. And so in the fall, the Racial Equity Tools and Training team, we shared our learnings with BMS about these national best practices that we saw, and we shared a recommended model for what an equity tool should include.
Good morning. My name is Tony Thompson, Budget Analyst for the Budget and Management Services Department. And following up on Aaron's presentation, I'll be talking to you about how the Budget Department took the learnings from the Racial Equity team and developed the city's version of the equity tool. So when we started this work, we wanted to use the tool to help us achieve 3 primary goals. The first, providing BMS and city leadership analysis of budget submissions from an equity lens. Second, a prompt for departments to think critically about their role in advancing racial equity. And third, for the tool to provide additional analysis for city leadership when prioritizing budget decisions. And the work of creating this tool and all the supporting resources were done by the team members that you see on the slide. And I just want to personally thank them for all the amazing work and effort that they put in to make this possible, as well as Anise Vance and Laura Biediger, who helped provide valuable insight for us as we developed these materials. So our equity tool follows from the benefit burden model that Aaron just spoke about that was used in Seattle and by GARE, and has 6 overarching sections. The first section asks departments to state the intended outcomes they hope to achieve if their budget requests were to be approved. Then we ask departments to provide information on what specific areas or Durham populations their request is intended to impact. Next, we ask the departments to critically think about who will benefit or be burdened by this request if it were to be approved. Fourth, if a burden group has been identified by the department, we want them to brainstorm alternatives and additional actions that can be taken to minimize harm on the burden group identified. Then we want to know if any equitable community engagement has been conducted to inform the proposed budget request. And if the request were to be approved, how do they intend to engage those most impacted by the request? And last, we ask departments what accountability mechanisms they intend to put in place to provide progress updates to city leadership and stakeholders if needed. So in addition to the equity tool, our internal team also developed a set of reference resources to aid departments in completing the tool. Similar to Grand Rapids and San Antonio, we created a manual on how to successfully complete the tool. The manual discusses adopted terminology that should be used, instructions for completing the tool, how to use and where to find racially disaggregated data to support their equity analysis, how departments should perform equitable community engagement, and an example of a completed equity tool that they can use themselves. We also provided multiple training sessions for departments, curated data sources that provide racially disaggregated data, and a list of key city staff that departments can leverage for assistance if they need to. This has been mentioned already in various ways, but a successful equity analysis will rely on the use of racially disaggregated data, the equitable community engagement blueprint created by NIS, and collaborating with other departments and community stakeholders for support. So the process for using the equity tool that we implemented in FY22, we asked departments to identify their budget requests that may have an equity focus. A set of equity criteria were provided to help identify those requests, and then requests that had the strongest equity focus were selected for analysis. This was an initial set of 8 requests totaling just over $5.5 million. Departments who had those 8 requests were provided additional time to formally submit their requests along with the equity analysis. And different from most recent fiscal years, each department was asked to submit a budget reduction plan. In addition to the plan, we asked those departments to analyze the proposed set of reductions from an equity lens as well. So in terms of next steps, our internal team will review the completed equity analyses and provide recommendations for BMS and city leadership to consider. Once the FY22 budget process has been completed, the internal team will evaluate the completed equity analyses and process to determine if any improvements need to be made for future fiscal years. And Aaron and I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Tony. Great report, and very exciting. And I'll now throw it open to my colleagues for any questions that they might have. Colleagues, Deidreana?
Thank you. I truly appreciate the work and laying it out so clearly why race equity is important in our budgeting process, which is why I was such a strong supporter of the participatory budgeting process, because we didn't have race equity in our current budgeting process. And so I just wanted to ask one question. How helpful would it be to have an ordinance in place that actually explained exactly what you did around race and equity and why we're pulling the data the way we are as we move forward?
I mean, I think that our residential racial equity task force gave us a really great blueprint for a lot of the things that we're doing and that we're trying to operationalize as a city. And so the focus on data and racially disaggregated data, a lot of that is trying to operationalize what residents are asking for. And there are definitely ways that we could institutionalize that more as an organization. The process of how we collect racially disaggregated data, and then the skill set that we need to be able to analyze it is a growth area for us. And it's, I think, something that we're building that road as we go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Pierce?
Yeah, just a really quick question. I remember a couple months ago, we got a presentation from the water management team where they had analyzed some of the fees that folks are charged, and they put an equity lens on it. Was that a part of this program? And my follow-up question for them really was like, is that gonna apply to everything in the department? Because like the Grand Rapids model, or I forget what, I didn't write it down, the name of it, where you said they pick like one thing and study that one thing. And I guess to what extent will that be scaled department wise and across the whole city after you pick that one thing, and where is our capacity to do that, like at a macro, after we kind of micro test it?
So I can speak to the first part of your question. So the water fines and fees work was as a part of a grant that we got from the National League of Cities to study and assess a fine and fee in the city of Durham. And so that's been part of our CAF project that just wrapped up in January. So that's why the Water Department was doing that work in collaboration with the Budget and Management Services Department. And what we discovered in that work has definitely helped inform the work that we did when we were putting this equity tool together.
And I think building on that, we're part of a policy link, Cities and Counties for Fines and Fees, 10 municipality national cohort that's trying to expand expand that fines and fees work with this racial equity focus across other fines and fees, and ideally across the organization. So what we've had, we've been doing racial equity work in this organization for years, and a lot of people have been doing this equity work before we were calling it equity work. And I think where we are now is saying, let's have clear, actionable goals. Let's have this structured, operationalized, and institutionalized. So I think where we're at in the next couple of years, I'm hoping is really putting all of these pieces together and rolling it out in a really structured and thoughtful way.
I see our city manager has popped up to add some comments.
Yes, I would just very briefly say that we actually, have a racial equity enterprise-wide plan that we are in the process of implementing, from a city enterprise. But some of our next steps would include every department having a racial equity plan that is designed for the work that they do and the residents that they serve. So that is how racial equity gets operationalized across the enterprise, because we don't all do the same thing. So sometimes one pilot, it may, impact enterprise-wide, say if it relates to employees or workforce or something like that. But some of the other, operational functions that we do, they actually need their own plan to make sure that it's efficient and effective. So I hope that adds a little bit more to how we spread it out in the organization.
Thank you very much. The slide with the process for using the equity tool, the criteria, the 8 requests, Tony, that you mentioned that total around $5.5 million. So did you choose, I'm a little confused about that. Did you choose I see the ones with the strongest equity focus. I'm reading that here. But what about the ones that didn't have a strong equity focus? Did they receive feedback as well about an equity focus, or how does that, how do you all conceive of that kind of thing happening moving forward?
That's an excellent question. So I think moving forward, as Aaron was talking about, our goal as we evaluate the process for this FY22 fiscal year is to find ways that we can build and expand that capacity in order to do more of this work on more of the budget requests that come in for departments.
Thank you. All right, other questions? Jillian?
Thanks, Steve. And thank you, Aaron and Tony, for your presentation and for all this work. It's really exciting to see all these ideas that we've been talking about for the last few years actually get implemented and see the organization moving forward to, I guess the operationalize is the word in that in that word cloud to use for that. So thank you. I am wondering, so I don't think we've seen, maybe we'll see this as part of a future budget conversation, but it would be great to be able to actually see how departments filled out that tool and like dig in a little bit more to the details. I don't know if that's already planned, but if not, if we could get sent that information, that would be great. And then I'm wondering how the information that we're getting from this tool is then informing our future decisions, if it is, since we piloted it on a small number of budget requests, it'd be hard to compare across the entire universe of budget requests, but like within those few that we looked at, are we using the racial equity tools results in any way to help us make the actual decisions about which budget requests get funded? And if we are, then how are we doing that?
Okay, I can start. So with those requests, they just came in and we're going to have a team, a small multi-departmental team that's going to analyze how they filled out the requests. And so we need to build a criteria for thinking about, how good of a job was done in this, how thoughtful was it, where is more work needed, how strongly is racial equity really centered in this request. And I think that there are 2 ways that we can build on that information. One is having it inform how how things are funded, but the other, and I think a much longer term way of thinking about it too, is seeing, where we are as an organization. Where do we need to do more work? How do we need to make more connections, and using it in a way as a diagnostic tool for thinking about how do we need to build more capacity in departments and across the organization in order to roll this out in a really systematic way. And we're happy to share that information with y'all once it's all collected.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think more, it's been clear from the beginning that we need more capacity to do this work, that, we've been adding capacity as we go, but the more we get into it, the more we're going to need people for whom this is like their dedicated work. So I'm sure that we're going to be in the position soon of needing to put some more resources toward this, and very excited about having the opportunity to do that. Thanks, y'all.
When you,
budget.
so how is race, how do you think about race here? When you're defining racial equity in these discussions, are you thinking about African-American, how it affects African-American people and our Latinx community, or what is the way in which you are, when you're evaluating these proposals for racial equity, how are you thinking about race?
I think we're currently looking at our Black and Latino communities, but I think to Councilmember Freeman's point, these are spaces that, do we need to clarify and have these be really specific about what we're talking about when we're talking about race and why we're having these conversations. Terminology questions are complicated too. So I think there are definitely spaces for more, it's a space to decide, do we want really clear delineations, or is there strength in leaving things more up for interpretation? And I think that's really a decision at the leadership level to think about.
Thank you. Javiera?
Yeah, couple questions. I know, within the presentation, you talk about the community engagement as far as decision making, but then how are we communicating this internal work? Because I think it's really important for people the community at large, our residents, to understand, even if it's just an example that's shared out, right? Like, this is how this pilot was worked, so that I think there's a little bit more trust in it. So we're not just saying, well, staff did it, and then, out in the community, people are like, well, what does that mean? So it's one thing. And then within this, are you also, when we think about equity, are we also going to get to the place around, okay, how are we thinking about folks with disabilities? How are we thinking about other communities that are often left out in our conversations around equity? And I know that might be more than we can get into today, but I do want to raise it.
Yeah, I think to take that second question, I think that's a really important issue, and thinking about equity intersectionally is really important. I also think that a big part of racial equity is centering race specifically and being really specific about that, and saying, when we lead with race, that we create better outcomes for everyone. And so I think this also speaks to the mayor's point of, how clearly do we need to define what we're looking at? Because when things get fuzzy, there can be problems. And it's an ongoing conversation. And I hear all of these points.
The first part of your question, from a budget department perspective, I think one of the clearest ways that we can do that is through the budget book, and having departments talk about how they implemented or integrated equity considerations in their transmittal letters and in the work that they put in their measures that they put in the budget book.
Deidreana?
Thank you. Aaron, I know you mentioned at the leadership level. I just wanted to clarify, did you mean the administrative leadership level, or did you mean at council level?
I think I meant both, either or, so you can choose your poison.
And then I just wanted to note, to Javiera's point, it's so critical to make sure that we acknowledge how the bookends of all the otherisms is that race, the Black and the white, kind of hold them all together in the systems that have been created across the country, the world. I mean, it's kind of expanded. And as we break it all down, it does create better outcomes. And so as we start to track, at least by race, and you get to the point where you're including, because it's inclusion as well, you know, people with disabilities, LGBTQ, like all of those things I think should be built in. And as we move forward, I would love to have more conversation about how we structure an ordinance that lays that out so it makes it simpler for staff to continue to push on this issue.
All right. Other questions or comments at this time? Thank you so much. You know that we want to be supportive of this work, and I think that we're going to need guidance from you all to let us know how. And you've heard from colleagues that we understand that this may be taking more resources, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from the administration about what that might be. We want it to succeed, and we want to help provide what is necessary for this to succeed. It's such a huge priority. And I just want to express my gratitude to you, Aaron and Tony, and to the whole team that has worked on this. And there's so many aspects now of this equity work within the city, and this is a really critically important one. So our appreciation to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Tony. If we could move to the next slide, I will give a brief synopsis of where the budget department is headed with budget engagement. And I would say that this conversation is encapsulated around outreach and evolving from budget education into budget engagement, and you need both. So a little background. In the spring of 2020, it was with our best intentions, we had planned to have a budget academy, and that event was planned actually for March 16th, 2020. We were going to engage the community in City Hall with a budget simulation exercise about how the budget process works. It's a game, and the game is rigged, as you know. There are many priorities and not enough money, and we were going to take residents through that exercise. We had planned to have tabling with other departments at the event, and get them engaged and get them certainly aware of other opportunities to engage with the city, whether that was through the participatory budgeting process, the neighborhood improvement services, the clerk's office, opportunities to serve on boards and committees. And certainly at that time, the comprehensive plan was just rolling out, and we were working alongside with the planning department on that, and wanted to have them there at the table to talk about the comprehensive plan and transportation plan. So with the best of intentions in mind, I think we all know what happened. If we can move to the next slide, the event was canceled. And then as a city, we all literally went home, and were quickly needed to adapt and improvise to work in this environment. That didn't mean we stopped. We did adapt and thought, well, what can we do in this isolation environment? And we quickly assessed that we could continue to do some outreach. So we, not myself, a couple of Pat Mora and Lindsay Bonneau in our department quickly developed some outreach and education videos about the budget process. 2 videos, one of which we'll share here. Some you may have already seen some of them. What is the budget, and the second is budget development timeline. We've already promoted these on social media and our website, but we'd like to take a brief moment, if you haven't seen them, to show them to at least one of them to you right now.
One of the most important tasks of a city government is preparing an annual operating budget. City Council establishes budget priorities in the form of policy decisions, budget guidelines, and recommendations. This means that the budget document is a representation of community values and also serves as a management and planning tool for city staff. In essence, the budget helps us plan how much funding the city will get and where it comes from, as well as how much the city will spend and on what. More than half of the city's revenues come from taxes, including property and sales tax. The city makes up the rest of its funding from operating revenues we collect from various services, as well. One of the most important taxations. This means that the budget document is a representation of community values and also serves as a management and planning tool for city staff. In essence, the budget helps us plan how much funding the city will get and where it comes from, as well as how much the city will spend and on what. More than half of the city's revenues come from taxes, including property and sales tax. The city makes up the rest of its funding from operating revenues we collect from various services, as well as other sources, like license and permit fees, and grants from the state and federal government. Almost half of the city's expenses are budgeted for personnel, the nearly 2,500 staff who provide services like waste collection, parks and rec, public safety, and more. Additionally, the city pays for the cost to operate these services, like materials to test and treat our water supply. The city also pays down its debt each year. This largely helps cover the city's 10-year capital improvement plan, or CIP. The CIP helps the city plan for large capital items like new buildings, fire trucks, and stormwater improvements. The rest of the city's expenditures cover transfers between funds, restoring the city's fund balance, or rainy day fund, and more. The state of North Carolina requires that all municipalities create a balanced operating budget. This means that revenues must equal expenditures. The city can't appropriate more than it plans to receive. Each year, as they develop the annual operating budget, council and staff consider future needs and priorities while ensuring that the city can maintain existing service levels. If you'd like to view the current fiscal year's budget, please visit the City of Durham's Budget and Management Services website. Like we mentioned at the beginning of this video, the city's budget helps actualize community priorities by allocating funding to city services, projects, and initiatives. We invite you to make your voice heard on the budget by joining a board or commission, signing up to speak at a city council meeting, or emailing city council with your thoughts. We look forward to your future participation in the budget development process.
Thank you so much for that. So I'll close with just a couple of slides here. So where are we now and where are we going with this? Well, we certainly know we can't simply show videos, and it's not our intention to do that. If we could have the presentation restored. So the first thing we're going to do, the folks at Durham Can reached out to us and asked if we would come and do a virtual presentation for them. They were quite disappointed that the Budget Academy was canceled last year, and so they asked us, could you do a virtual version of that? So Bertha and I had a discussion, I believe it was last week, with Durham Can, and in their words, what they wanted to see was an understanding of the dynamics and the mechanics of the budgeting process. So we decided to move forward with that. That event will be with the folks at Durham Can on March 3rd, where we will go through that and go through a virtual budgeting exercise with them. And then from that, we certainly want to build on that event. On your budget calendars, you know that we're going to do a larger engagement event. We haven't set the date yet, but it'll probably be at the end of March. Using a lot of these virtual tools as we're still in isolation. And as you can see, we're learning a lot here with this. It's certainly new to us, and we saw it as a great opportunity with even our budget retreats to be able to show them on YouTube. We saw that as an opportunity. Many of you have been to the retreats before. We've opened them to the public, but we had a round table in the back where we invited the community to come, and We were lucky if we got Mr. Urquhart to sit at that table, but not too many more people. So I see here today, we currently have 33 watching. That's better than none. And we certainly want to expand and grow on that. We see a lot of opportunities with this. I'm sure a lot of people sitting in this event today and yesterday find it tremendously helpful to be able to see council's faces and not the back of their heads. So we are learning very, very quickly about this. But as I said, we're not going to be in a virtual environment forever. It's very hard to do engagement in the heat of a budget process in the months of February through April. So we want to build on what we're learning, and we're aiming for a fall engagement exercise, possibly a hybrid of both in-person and virtual, something that is flexible if we're lucky enough by the fall. Building on what we learned, we have partners both in planning and in the participatory budgeting and NIS who are using a tool currently called Social Pinpoint to interact with the community. We're very excited with that, and we think we'll have the capacity in the fall to use that for budget purposes. And then continuing with education efforts and to solicit input and get feedback from residents as well as from council. And with that, I will close and certainly turn things over to any questions council members may have on this presentation.
Thank you very much, John. Colleagues, any questions for John about this presentation on the process? Mayor Jillian.
Thanks, Steve. So weird. And thank you, John, for the presentation. This was really helpful and informative. I have an engagement question broadly. A couple of years ago, we did these in-person community conversations around the budget with the county and the school district, and we were planning another round of them right before COVID hit. But had also been thinking maybe it would be better really to do them in the fall than in the spring, because it actually gives people the opportunity to weigh in on the budget process in advance of even departments submitting their requests. So it felt like there was an opportunity for more authentic community engagement at that point. Are y'all thinking at all about using that model in the fall with bringing in the county and the school district to do these bigger conversations? I don't know if they could be in person, obviously, hopefully they could be, and that would be great. But if not, some kind of virtual engagement that involves the other governments.
Thank you. That is an excellent question. Yes, we are very aware that you wanted to continue community conversations last year, and like our Budget Academy, it wasn't possible. That is certainly on the table for the fall, and if that were council's expressed wish to do that, we would prefer doing that in the fall. We feel we'd have much greater capacity. We feel it's a better opportunity for residents to participate in the budget process than at this in the spring of a fiscal year.
Yeah, I would love to see that happen. And yeah, I'm glad that y'all agree that the fall would be better timing. I think it would, when we do things in the spring, we get a lot of feedback from residents that it feels like the cake is already baked, essentially. Like we've already been through all of this work, and they're kind of coming in at the back end and giving feedback, but that feedback doesn't have as much opportunity to actually be incorporated in the process. So yeah, I think it would be awesome if we could do that again in the fall. I really enjoyed it when we did it a few years ago.
That's certainly why, currently with what we have coming up, we don't want to be disingenuous and really call it engagement. We want to call it communication, because we don't want to oversell or overpromise something that we can't deliver.
Why don't I ask for thumbs up? John sounded like John wanted a little guidance from us. Are people favorable towards having the community conversations in the fall, especially, assuming that COVID allows us to do so? Okay, looks like you got that support, John. Javiera?
Yeah, I want to say that while I know not, we yearn for the days of in-person, I think that there is going to be a place for virtual conversation and communication. And so I hope as we build, we don't just take away these options, because for a lot of folks, being able to join a Zoom meeting, especially now that people have gotten more used to it, it is actually easier. So that we create opportunities in both mediums.
That certainly too. I would say at the beginning of the week, we did not know that this was going to be live on YouTube. And we realized about midweek that once we offered that, the cat was out of the bag. And we're okay with that. We're definitely okay with that. It's a great opportunity.
Thank you, John. Other questions or comments for John on this presentation? All right, I think we're ready to, Deidreana?
Sorry, I was just going to say thank you, John. I appreciate you laying it out. And I know that the process itself kind of aligns with where the previous presentation is going and aligning the race equity. And so I think for this year, I mean, acknowledging how difficult it will be, I didn't get the thumbs up, but yes, of course.
All right, thank you very much. John, thank you. And I believe we're ready for what's next.
So I'm going to turn things over to Bertha Johnson, and she's going to take us through the budget outlook and financial projections.
Good morning, everyone. Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services. I was going to jump in a few minutes ago. John is so efficient with the time to thank Aaron and Tony for their work on the racial equity tool. It is hard work, and they've done a lot of work with the team. I also want to thank Sharon Williams. She is definitely, the support for all of this work, and with her limited capacity, she is always available to support us. And to the point that was made, I think if we're going to start anywhere, the budget is a critical component of the work that we do that supports all of our programs and services that we start there. And so just thank the team who worked on this. And it is hard work. It's challenging, as you heard. Some of the comments that I've heard from the team as you all were making your comments is that, you really shared some guidance with us and asked some thought-provoking questions that will be helpful to us as we move forward. So thank you, and thanks to John for his presentation. So next, we're going to move into the numbers. I'm going to present the financial projections and budget outlook. I want to thank the team. This is a long presentation, about 35 slides, and so obviously, this was not my work. A lot of analysts worked on this. We had a meeting this morning, and one of the things that we, mentioned is that we are probably at the point today that we would be much further into the process. In other words, we have worked really diligently on the numbers because of what's at stake. And because of all the changes that haven't happened with COVID, to try to give you the best numbers we could give you today. And so we are really excited about sharing our projections with you today. And you'll also, hear from Dr. Walden later today. So the presentation outlined is that we are going to have a brief budget recap. The actual video that you saw before John actually had a lot of the information that I was going to share that's in my presentation, but it's good to have it, some redundancy. We will also talk about financial projections and budget outlook, and then where we are in the budget development process and what's next. So just as a reminder, our current fiscal year budget 2021 is $502 million, which was adopted on June 15th, 2020. The major components of that total budget are our general fund, water, sewer, and debt service fund. You'll hear a lot about the general fund today. You will hear about the water sewer fund at a later date, and you'll hear later today about our debt service fund projections, and some of the other funds here will come at our next budget retreat. So our current property tax rate is 53.17 cents per 100 of assessed value. A penny on the tax rate is 3.477 million, which means that for every penny we raise the tax rate, or we add to the tax rate, generates 3.47 million in revenues. Also, as a reminder, when we think about raising the tax rate, or when we think about the tax rate itself, that rate is allocated among several different funds, including general, debt, solid waste, transit, and dedicated housing. So here's just a brief look at our general fund revenues that are in the current budget. The real takeaway here is a reminder that the majority of our revenues, 82% in the general fund, comes from property taxes, sales tax, hotel motel tax, and that the only tax that we really have control over is our property tax rate. On the expenditure side, just as a reminder, as we always mention, that the majority of our expenditures are related to personal services, and that includes our salaries and benefits. So just another way to look at this, if you look at the 2021 general fund revenues, when you look here, you see property tax, 51%, local taxes, which is our sales, hotel, motel, 31%, all other, 12%, and our state funding at 4.7%, which is mostly our power bill, which is our gas tax, and our beer, wine tax revenues that we receive from the state. So where does it go? Looking at it by function, public safety, of course, 51% of the budget is allocated to public safety. That includes police, fire, emergency communications, and emergency management. You see another 25%, which is our public services. Community building is 8.8%, and then governance is 4%. And so the biggest chunk is public safety, but I always want to point out that it's not just police, as some people immediately think. So this is where we really want to take some time to try to explain where we are. When we actually look at our quarter two comparison from the prior fiscal year to this fiscal year, there's only about $185,000 difference. Now that is significantly closer than we projected, obviously. We are doing better than we projected. One of the reasons we're doing better is because our revenues are coming in better, and we'll talk about many of those later. But I do want to point out here, because we talked about this when we came back to you in spring and we adjusted our revenues. If you look at the power bill revenue, you can see that we almost received the same amount of power bill revenues, that's in the purple, this fiscal year as we did last fiscal year. When we came to you in the spring, we were told by the state we would probably see a 25% to 50% reduction in the gas tax. We did not experience that. We know that some cities, the larger cities, Raleigh and Charlotte, did experience some significant reductions, but we did not. So to play this out throughout the entire presentation, here's an example of a $3 million revenue collection that we did not anticipate receiving, that we did not budget. So when we talk about where we are with fund balance and our revenues, this is one example of why we are better off than we thought we would be. Property tax, similar story here. As you can see, for 2021, we actually budgeted $110.9 million. Our actual, as of December 31st, and this is December 31st, is $83 million. And actually, if we look at where we are today, we're at about $107 million. So we had conversations about the unknown of what would happen with property tax. We're doing well there. We anticipate meeting our budget with property tax. And as a fact, we anticipate going over budget when it comes to final collections. Sales tax, which was the most challenging revenue to project for a number of reasons. One, it tracks with the economy typically. Two, there's a 3-month lag in the collections. And three, we're making projections in March for sales tax that we would not see our first payment until October because of the lag. So when you look at this presentation, you only see the 1 quarter of collections we received this fiscal year, and I'll talk about the projections in future presentations, future slides. So sales tax, the COVID effect. So to explain what has happened with sales tax and how it has impacted not only last year's budget, but the current year budget, because the budget, of course, is based, the current year's budget is based on where we ended the prior fiscal year, or where we thought we would end. So last year, we actually collected $68.2 million. Our budget was $68.7, But when we came to you, when we were making projections for the next fiscal year, this current fiscal year, we thought we would hit 72 million. That was pre-COVID. So that change that happened when we had to reduce our revenues, this is where we were. We were really excited. We said we were on track to collect 72 million, which is the red line. Even though our budget was only 68.7, which was very conservative because of the issues we had with the revenue collections from the prior fiscal year. So we thought, based on what we heard from the state, we would see about a 20% decline in those projections, and we only actually experienced 14%. And so our sales tax numbers, again, we came in at the end of the fiscal year. Now remember, when we say the end of the fiscal year, we don't receive our last sales tax payment until 3 months after the fiscal year ends. So we are really making projections far in advance, and the fiscal year has ended before we know what the actual numbers are. So this year, we're looking at the 21 actuals. We have collected our sales tax for the first quarter, which we received 3 months later. What is significant about this is that we seem to be rebounding very quickly. If you look at the fourth quarter of 2020, we received 15.6 million. And for the quarter this year, which is July, August, September, which we didn't receive until later, obviously, 18.5 million. So we're roughly 2.5 million ahead of our budget for FY21. Now, again, we were making projections in March, and we were using not only our forecast as well as the state forecast. So we are doing much better than we anticipated. So our January revenue status, we, again, total tax collections. I've given you an update on that as listed here. Property tax collections, 108 million. We're at 97.8% of the budget. Sales tax, 1 quarter, 36%. Hotel, motel, 24%. License and permits, which we'll talk about, which is obviously a driving force in all of this, 144% of budget. Looking at our planning development fees, and we usually don't include this in our presentation. This is usually part of the departmental presentation, but here's part of the why. If you look at where our budget for the current fiscal year, and then if you look at our actual year-end projection for the end of the fiscal year. Inspection fees, permits, another way to look at what's going on in the economy. Just as a reminder, the largest portion of our sales tax comes from construction. So it's really important. When we think about Duke and other nonprofits, obviously their sales tax is refunded. So we're not talking about those sales tax collections from those organizations that get a refund of their sales tax. We're talking about real development here in the city and county when we look at inspection permits. So this is this chart that we always share with you that is actually compiled by the city of Raleigh after each budget is adopted. Raleigh is in green here because it's their chart and they send it to us in a graph and we can't really change it. So we're not highlighting Raleigh here. You'll have to, if you go and you look at the first quarter, that is Wake County municipalities, and then not really a quarter. And then you look at the other municipalities and you see Durham in there. It's really small here probably, so most people can't see it. But I actually, when we look at the property tax rate, you know, for me, I don't necessarily focus on the rate. I actually like to look at the actual property tax, the bill. So what people actually pay versus what the rate is, because we know what they pay is based on the rate times their home value. So if you're in a city that has a medium home value high, you're going to have a high bill. Low, you're going to have a lower bill. So going to the next slide, we'll look at that in another way, which you see Raleigh here at the 3,431 and Durham at the 3,115. So we always want to look at where we are in terms of our other cities, but it's information, but really you have to look at the components of the city organization and where they are and where they're trying to go, and also the median home values. So I'll move on to our budget outlook. Based on everything I just shared with you, our forecast is that we will have a $674,000 deficit, or we have that at this point, and that's basically based on what we've already built into the model. Known revenues, which will be updated, program revenues by department, our projections around sales and property tax, and then our known expenditures. We have received 78 budget requests from our departments totaling $17 million. We received 11 budget requests from City Council over $2 million. And just as a reminder, we have strong fund balance, but we typically try to use fund balance for one-time expenditures, because when you have recurring expenditures, you have to find those resources in future years. Budget development process, the schedule, we talked about that early yesterday, but just to point out, there are some opportunities for you all to receive additional information as you continue to receive your quarterly reports. We will have 2 other budget retreats on the 25th and 26th, and I talked about some of those topics yesterday. John mentioned our budget and engagement activity, which we are planning for March 3rd, as well as some other opportunities that we are thinking about with our residents. Our public hearing on June 7th, and then we have our council work sessions on the budget. We have not, planned what those look like in terms of, what the presentations look like, as well as, how much time we want to spend on those presentations. And then there are some other milestones here. Most important, the city manager presents the budget to City Council on May 17th. And obviously we have to adopt a budget by the June 30th. We have mentioned that our department budgets, the entire package is due on February 27th, which includes that transmittal letter and some other components that we use to bring forward the city-wide budget. We also will focus on funding requests that are prioritized based on our strategic plan objectives, and a lot of that is around equity and some of the other goals that are important to the City Council and the community. And then you'll hear much more about our CIP later today. So BMS, our role is basically to review the budget request and prepare the analysis. Just a reminder, we are not the final decision makers in the budget process. Our job is to provide an objective analysis of the request and make a recommendation. We will also look at performance measures and look at the data that supports those measures. And we will prepare those recommendations to submit to the city manager for her final approval. So in summary, it's good news. We're on target to meet our current revenue projections, actually exceed those. We obviously project that our departments will end the fiscal year within budget. In some cases, they are projected to spend less than their budgets, obviously, because at the time we were developing the budget, we didn't know how long COVID would last. We didn't know what our programs and services when they were going to get back to normal at that time. And so we budgeted based on what we knew and what our departments were projecting and hoping for in the next fiscal year. Our revenues are projected based on assumptions in our multi-year. Departments, as part of their budget submittal, will update their program revenues. Expenditures are projected in our multi-year, and departments will provide expenditure updates, of course, as part of their budget submission. And again, we have a $673,000 budget gap. So we're going to talk about our multi-year, and it's unfortunate that we don't have the big spreadsheet so that you can see all the numbers and click through the tabs as we sometimes do at the budget retreats, but we are where we are. If you look in the first column here, 2021, that is the current year's budget, and we plug that current year budget in, and we do that after the budget is adopted. When you look at 2022, you see the 673 number that I mentioned earlier. And we will talk about what's in the numbers and what's not. And when you think about this multi-year, it's almost like, and we were talking about this earlier today, like we're starting from scratch. There's nothing really in, and we're having to reset all of our revenue projections because we were very conservative last year based on the projections. And now we had to go back and reset our projections, as well as think about how we prioritize what goes back into the plan. If it wasn't for a major risk contribution we had to make out of the general fund, that we have to make out of the general fund next year, that number, that surplus number would be zero. We would actually be balanced. Without many of the things that this council and the administration and the departments are going to want to add to the general fund budget. So the assumptions, the revenue assumptions are that we go back to 3% property tax projection. Our sales tax, 1% increase over FY 22 projection. We are rebounding in the area of sales tax, and there may be an adjustment there. Occupancy tax, obviously zero increase. We're not doing as well in that area this current fiscal year, and not sure when that will get back to normal. And charges for services, we are projecting a 3.6% decrease over FY 22. So other major assumptions, we are continuing the general services maintenance. Those, which is part of the operating budget. We will increase that. We're trying to increase that to 1.2 million by 2023. And so we are adding 100,000 to that as we've done the last few years. Streets, the original 6 million in for streets, same budget as FY 21. Continuation of some of the items that we've supported out of fund balance, an additional 4 million for streets, which brings that number to 10 million. As a reminder, the request for street funding is 20 million. And so we're still at 50% of what's requested. And then we obviously are adding back an election cost for 2022 from fund balance. So benefits, health insurance, we have gotten an updated number on health insurance from finance. So there's no increase projected for FY 22. That was about a $2 million savings. Now that's a one-time savings because obviously when we need to program back in an increase, we would need to find the funding. No changes to dental insurance at this point, no change to 401k contributions for our employees, which is at 5%. And the local government increase, of course, is not controlled by us. It's controlled by the retirement board. That increase has been built into the multi-year. So we also have maintained the property tax rate at 53.17 and also maintains those allocations for those other funds at where they were in the current fiscal year. And this model does not include any pay adjustments. We mentioned yesterday that we'll be bringing back some recommendations at our next budget retreat. Fund balance, I mentioned earlier that our fund balance is going to be better than we projected. This is the number we were projecting when we adopted the budget. We are now projecting that that number will be around 24% based on our second quarter numbers, and that is because we have additional revenue coming in that we did not anticipate and where we are in terms of where we're projecting our expenditures to be. Now that is contingent upon all of those things coming to fruition as we are projecting them as of the end of the second quarter in December. So what's not included? Again, pay adjustments for employees are not included. New budget requests, any new budget requests from departments, city council, or otherwise. New CIP requests that are not included in the 10-year plan, which we will hear about next. Play plan structure adjustments, water hardship fund increase, as we mentioned before, whenever we increase our water hardship fund, that has to be paid from another source outside of the water rate model. The tax increase for the housing bond is not included. Obviously, there's a discussion we mentioned about that later today when we discuss the CIP and debt. So our future challenges, when we look at the numbers, we have to think and we continue to want to make it clarify that when we're making decisions about the next fiscal year, it impacts future years. And so whatever decisions we make about pay is not just a 1 year. The pay it's always built on the base of the previous year. Whatever decisions we make about any type of recurring expenditure program or services have an impact on the multi-year. So again, the multi-year looks great now, but as we add additional expenditures into the multi-year, that impacts future years. Again, we mentioned, how do we get to the number we want for street maintenance? And that's going to be part of the discussion later today. Additional needs for deferred maintenance, and how do we fund our police pilots from the RTI study. We believe that we have some funding for some smaller pilots, but obviously based on what you hear at the retreat and what this council wants to see implemented, there will be some resource needs there, not only from the perspective of the pilots, but how those pilots are actually implemented and managed. So we have some challenges. We are at a good place. I think it's good that we are basically building our budget from scratch again, because it gives us an opportunity to prioritize where we're not coming to you. And there are some one-time costs that are built in, like the streets, but we're coming to you with, sort of a clean slate, and we can prioritize, whether it be around our strategic plan, racial equity, and some of the other important factors that, of interest to this council as well as our community. So there are challenges, but we definitely have, we are in a great position to meet those challenges. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Bertha. Could we take down the slides? Thank you so much. Bertha, what a great presentation. It was fun to see your picture in Triangle Business this week. Great portrait of you. I'll just note that the cover story on Triangle Business was how cities are across the country are in bad fiscal shape. But then when they got down to talking about our city, as well as Raleigh, they talked about how we were in good fiscal shape. And I was really glad to see that. This was a tremendous report. I think we're all just thrilled that we didn't tank like we thought we would, that the revenue, it really held up much better than you all projected and that we all thought. And so we are in much better shape than we might have been. I'm going to now throw it open to questions. And I see Charlie and then Pierce.
Thanks, Steve. Just want to welcome Mark Anthony into the chat. How's it going, buddy? You got those superpowers yet? The mutations, are they happening? What's the report?
Just over here moving things with my mind.
Oh boy, good times. All right. I didn't have any specific questions, but I just wanted to highlight for my colleagues what an incredible report this is. So I pulled last year's budget outlook from the budget retreat, where we were all so excited. The budget was in great shape. At that time, Bertha came to us, and near the end of the presentation was the slide that talks about the deficit for as we enter the budget development process. And last year, at this time, it was $753,000. This year, as we are pushing through and maybe seeing the light in the tunnel through a global pandemic that has wreaked havoc with federal, state, local budgets all over the country, we go into this process with a deficit of $674,000. And that is unbelievable, but here it is. But I appreciate the fact that Bertha has tempered my excitement with the long list of challenges that we have ahead, the needs in the community, the things that we want to try to do this cycle. And obviously staring us right in the face is the need, in my view, to begin to make the investments under the affordable housing bond that will require increasing the tax rate for that. And so I'm so grateful to our staff for keeping us cautious, for helping us navigate these incredibly difficult and unprecedented times. As I think Bo Dubrinski said yesterday, hopefully soon we'll get back to precedented times, and I'm going to try to use that at least once a day from now on. But as we approach the possibility of more precedented times, it's
it's amazing to see this work and this report. It gives me a little bit more hope, and I hope that my colleagues feel that as well, but also a sense of responsibility about the work ahead, and how from a deficit perspective, we're in slightly better position. We know that tax increase for the bond is going to have to be, in my view, part of what we do, and so I think that tempers maybe some of our ambitions with respect to some of the other things we can do in the budget. And so we're going to have to make hard choices. I just want to thank staff for getting us in this enviable position, and that's all I had, Steve.
Thank you very much. Pierce.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Charlie. That context is really helpful for me as a new council member because I wasn't plugged in this time last year. But kind of building on what was said earlier about the 30 people who are joining us and the folks who are joining us on social for whom this might be their first time in a budget retreat space, I just wanted to make sure that I'm hearing correctly. Because I recall kind of throughout the year being told, we're potentially looking, I can't remember if it was a $17 million shortfall or a $7 million shortfall. There was a 7 in there somewhere. But now we're being told that we're like coming in where we thought we would come in. Is that correct?
So I'm not really sure exactly which number you're referring to, but you received a first quarter financial report and you received some projections there. And we have just completed our second quarter financial report. And so these numbers are based on where we are with our second quarter financial report. So at the first quarter, we would not have had, our significant amount of sales tax in. I don't think we knew what our power bill number was going to be because I think that came in October. But we've updated the numbers. We've updated the numbers with our departments. We get all of our departments submit their updated projections on the expenditure side as well as revenue, which is what you see from inspections and planning. And so at this time of the year, we always we go through this process to make sure we come to you all, we can give you the most up-to-date numbers. We've also given you some numbers from major revenue sources as of January 31st, like for our sales tax and our property tax. We actually received another sales tax payment yesterday. I think we're about 2.4 million ahead of budget at this point. And I just remembered that because Pat sent us the email yesterday with the updated sales tax number. So these are the most updated numbers. And we have updated our multi-year financial plan with our projections for sales property tax. And so this is where we are at this point with that updated information.
Okay, maybe this would be a better a question for Steve. I don't know if that's appropriate right now, but I guess I'm trying to understand in context. So, for example, you remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about whether to go big or super big on violence interrupters, and you were concerned about the budget. I thought I remembered you bringing up like, hey, we're looking at a budget shortfall that could be in the millions. So I really want to be conservative, and there were other reasons why you had other good reasons for that. But I'm curious about understanding if we're doing much better than we thought with this information kind of a couple weeks ago. Is this what you were referring to? And were those concerns somewhat addressed now that we're doing much better than we thought? Does that question make sense? I see.
Yeah, let me address that. And then I see the city manager also has some comments. That's a great question. So when we look at the multi-year, we see that, or even just next year's projections, we see a $674,000 gap that needs to be filled. But it doesn't include these things. It doesn't include a pay increase for our employees. It doesn't include any other work we might want to do related to our, the police reform work that the 911 call analysis might bring us. It doesn't include any increase we might want to have in the water hardship fund. And a normal year, I'm gonna ask the manager to confirm this, but if we were to give the pay for performance that we were planning to give, that we would normally give, I believe that would be in the range of $7 million, but I'll ask the manager to confirm that. So that's not in the budget. And so the 674,000 is good if you don't have any of those other things in. And so thinking about, like, let's say I'm just, there are all sorts of options here. I don't want to presume, because what usually happens, Pierce, I can tell you, is that our budget department takes this back. They work a whole bunch of magic, and that's still to happen. But if we were in the present situation, we've got $2 million in city council budget requests also on top of that, and $17 million budget request for new initiatives from our departments. So if we did all those things, we won't fund all those new initiatives, but we'll want to fund some of them. But just raising the pay would be a 2-cent tax increase if we were everywhere else that we are. So, just to raise the pay for performance as we normally do would add another 2-cent tax increase. So we did much better than we expected on the revenue side, and we are showing for this year as Charlie pointed out, a very low budget gap from what we often get. Some years we come in and we have millions of dollars in budget gap we have to fill. But this year's budget gap doesn't include key decisions that we have to make going forward about possible expenditures. Do we want to raise our employees' pay? I know that we all want to. How much can we do that? How many of the new budget requests that the departments have come in, how much of their $17 million are we going to be able to meet? How about the council's budget request? What do we want to do in funding the police reform work? I know we want to try to increase the water budget, so these are things that are still on the table. I don't know. I'll ask the manager if she thinks I put that in reasonable context, or Bertha, either if you all would like to comment.
Mr. Mayor, you did a wonderful job. I was certainly going to go back to Councilmember Reese's point about us sort of being at the same level, same place we were last year, but certainly, remind very specifically that last year, this time, we did not anticipate removing pay and, pay increases. So those pay increases were included in that very low, deficit number that you saw when you saw it for the first time. And it's not there this time. So that is there's a lot of other good news about actual performance here. But when you look at budget to budget, that is just one thing we can point to that you may be, kind of having numbers in your head about, because we've always talked about, our full implementation of our pay plan is about $7 million. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you for explaining that.
Bertha, did you want to add to that at all?
I just want to add one component of looking at the departmental budget request. It was mentioned earlier today, we have asked our departments to submit budget reduction plans where there are opportunities to look at the way they work now, to make the decisions about how they move forward, if they can make reductions in some areas to support priority programs and services. And so that will be some of the offset with that. Hopefully, we don't know what that looks like yet, because we're going to look through those reductions, as Aaron and Tony meant, also through an equity lens where departments may put up reductions that we're not willing to sacrifice based on who is served by those programs and services.
I'll say, Bertha, I'm just thinking about the council's reductions that we submitted with the help of the clerk. Most of those reductions would still stand. They're related to travel that we won't be doing and that kind of thing. So I think, ours is just a very small portion, but I bet there are probably some other departments are in similar situations.
Thank you.
Jillian, and then Javier.
Thank you. And thanks, Bertha. This is always my favorite part of the budget meeting because I get to nerd out over all the numbers. I'm wondering if you have a sense of whether we can anticipate any additional federal aid that might help balance the budget from any of the bills that are, working their way through the federal government, or any new initiatives that the new administration might be considering.
So the one that I would refer to is what the mayor sent out to us earlier this week. And that would be absolutely awesome if we were to receive those resources. But, anticipating what the guidance may be around those resources in terms of how they're utilized. So that would be, that is what's key really is how, if it's important that we get the resources, obviously, but how we're able to use those resources in terms of not being able to supplant or not using them for revenue losses or whatever that is. So I'm excited to see, and I anticipate we'll get something, just don't know what that is and what the guidance around the utilization of those resources are. And I would, the mayor may have some additional information.
Thank you, Bertha. So the current federal legislation that has passed the House, or is about to pass, I think it has passed the House. I sent this out in the email, I can't quite remember, but it's either has or is about to pass the House. No, I think it's just come out of House committee is what it is, and it's in front of the House. But it came out of a favorable report with the House committee, would give Durham $47 million. This hasn't gone through Congress. It hasn't passed the House. I expect it will, but the Senate, could be very different. I'm saying I don't think we should necessarily anticipate that amount of money. And as Bertha said, we don't know exactly what the constraints will be. And so, I think that's where we are. And I mean, my thought about this is we ought to plan this budget now as if we get zero of that. And then I think in a month, we'll know how much of that we're getting and what the constraints are, and our staff can help us. I will say I'm very optimistic that we will have a significant positive impact, because it looks like the Democrats are pursuing reconciliation as the method of getting the legislation passed. So, but there may be compromises with, some of the Democratic senators who don't want to give that much to cities and counties and states. So I think, it's quite possible that we'll have, I think it's probable we'll have less than that, but we should still have a very positive impact.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Steve, you said you sent an email earlier this week.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go find
I
that
can't
on the
remember what it
document.
said, but it said something like something about the federal budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you can't find it, let me know and I'll try to resend it.
And
It
the
has
spreadsheets were helpful. The spreadsheets were helpful as well, because you can go in and see what our factor is and see what amount that Durham is slated to receive. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll receive some portion of that.
Exactly.
That's great. Yeah, I know in the original CARES Act, the cities that got that funding, it was incredibly flexible. Like they were able to use it in all kinds of ways. And it was, really disappointing that smaller cities, mid-sized cities were excluded from that. So I'm glad to see that there's something coming through us, something coming our way, hopefully. Couple other questions. Bertha, you mentioned that a lot of departments are under budget because they haven't spent what they anticipated to spend on things like travel or probably like meetings, events, food, that kind of stuff. Do you have a sense of whether any like new department initiatives might be able to be covered by rolling over some of those savings to the next year?
Yes, we did not do a carryover process this year. We hope to do that do that again at the end of this fiscal year. We also are not dismissing departments' ability to ask for additional funding during the year. So if there are departments who have been continuously, doing their work the way they've always done it, if they come to us because of whatever COVID or whatever issues and need additional funding for their programs, we are still entertaining those and implementing those when we can. So we anticipate that. We're also, when departments have needs, we are allowing them to use their budgets to implement those needs in the current fiscal year versus waiting through the budget process if it's something that's needed now. So we're definitely being flexible and being in communication with departments. We certainly don't want any department not to move forward with their programs and services because, their revenues are slow or for whatever reason. So yes, there's opportunity. We hope to have a carryover process at the end of this fiscal year. And that usually does occur when we have, additional when we underspend the budget.
Right. Awesome. And one last question, the property tax chart for other cities in North Carolina, I've always found super helpful just to like see where we are. Do we have any kind of resource like that that looks at cities, like other cities our size around the country? I feel like lately I've just been hearing a lot from residents, and I'm sure, you know, the economic situation is rough now. And so people are concerned in general about their personal finances, and everyone always thinks that their taxes are high. But I feel like I've heard a lot from residents recently claiming that their taxes are high. And I'd like to be able to, I personally think our taxes are very reasonable, but I think it'd be helpful if I had something to compare them to also across the country. Because I think North Carolina's taxes overall are actually low. Like we're in the middle of North Carolina, but we're North Carolina and the Southeast in general, our rates are lower than lots of other areas of the country. And I'm just wondering if anyone has data on that.
We can certainly work on that. I mean, we have a lot of resources in terms of our peer city group list, as well as the groups that they use for ETC survey in our population size. So we definitely can work on something for you and bring it back to council.
Thank you. Yeah, especially if we're going to be, and I think that we need to raise taxes for the affordable housing bond and potentially for other needs, that it would be good to show folks kind of what people are paying all over the country in addition to in North Carolina. Thanks.
I think that's a very good point.
I know I had called on Javier, but Javier, do you mind if I make one quick comment before I get to you?
That's fine. I can't even talk right now because the dog's freaking out.
Okay. life under COVID. I think with Mark Anthony's new powers, he can probably take care of that just remotely. I can see he's doing it now. I just wanted to say, and mainly for Pierce's benefit, the slide with the municipal services that Jillian is referring to, this would be slides 18 and 19. They don't just show, people say sometimes Durham has high taxes. What we have is two ways of funding our government. We have middling taxes and we have low fees compared to most other governments, and in North Carolina and everywhere. And so the thing that puts us, this chart is really about total local government revenue, not just taxes. And I think that's really important because some people say, well, you know, you can look on this chart and you can say that our property taxes, you know, are higher than, you know, I don't know, pick your city, you know, several of these cities, but our totally what we ask for residents is lower than a whole lot of these cities because we keep our fees very low. So we don't have a solid waste fee. And a lot of cities have a big solid waste fee, and we don't have it because a solid waste fee is regressive. And we would it's more regressive than a property tax. We'd rather pay for solid waste through a property tax. Our water fees are, you know, relatively low. In fact, as I was looking at this, Bertha, our water charges were some of the, actually may have been the lowest or one of the very, very lowest on this entire chart. And so and I think this is a good thing, that we want to fund our government as progressively as we can. We don't have a lot of real progressive options. We don't have the income tax, for example, as an option. But the property tax is definitely more progressive than a lot of the fees that we could institute. So what I like about this chart is it doesn't just show taxes. It shows the full range of things that we charge people for. And we're about in the middle of the pack in North Carolina, which I think is a good place to be. I agree with Jillian that, yeah, but when people say to me, my taxes are high, I like to send them this chart and say, here's the total cost of government for you from, you know, as a Durham taxpayer and ratepayer. But I think that Jillian's point is well taken. It would be good to have some other national context as well. Okay, Javier, are you ready?
If the dog barks, I apologize. I just wanted to say my basic interpretation is if we're in the deficit, which is rather small, if we do nothing, we just replicate what budget we had last year, which did not include pay raises for employees. And I'm just saying that because I know folks are watching. So if we want to do exactly what we did last year, which I think, you know, we did it because we knew we had to, but I don't think any of us were pleased with it, especially with that we couldn't increase employee pay. So I appreciate this. I think we are in a better place than we thought. I think if you'd asked me in August, it was definitely the sky is falling kind of moment. And I know it's because city staff worked really diligently and we're very, very conservative, and I appreciate that. And I know we have a lot of really difficult challenges in the next few months to make. I do want to know, and it may be something that we don't have an understanding of yet, but the county commissioners decided not to do the reval in 2023, I think. And so just wondering if that what impact is that going to have for us? Have we even been able to think about it yet? But just curious to know more.
We do not factor in the reval. It was scheduled for 2023 into the multi-year. Because we make those decisions based on when it actually occurs, and then when we get some projections around, what the percentage increase may look like. So it's not factored in the multi-year, and we never include it until we get closer to the year that we're actually doing the budget, for which the multi-year will be included in the revenues.
Thank you.
Deidreana?
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that Councilmember Reese, Charlie, noted in the chat exactly what I was thinking, just responding to Jillian and acknowledging that as long as when we're doing the analysis that we're looking at exactly the resources, because it's not also not just at the options they have for revenue, but also what state, specifically in like California, there's like state credits that are assigned for folks that aren't here in North Carolina. And so just noting the North Carolina tax system is very arcane and doesn't allow any flexibility. And so it's, yeah. And anyway, I just also wanted to just note, I really appreciate the presentation. I think that you really, consistently over the last 4 years, I've seen the budget and management department really come up with, you can see like all of the hard work poured into making sure that the entire organization is looking at exactly where we are and how we cut as much as possible to not raise taxes. And so that 3-cent increase seems very conservative, and I appreciate at least putting it forward and not like trying to hold us back to say, we're not going to do an increase. I'm almost sure we're going to do an increase, but how much of an increase is the issue. And so just noting on the side of the conversation that John Allure mentioned, the game is rigged, just coming all the way back to that race equity aspect of this, noting that if there isn't a real, tax relief plan in place, the game is still rigged and it hasn't changed. And so for people who are fixed income, regardless of race, these shifts and changes can be the difference between whether they have food or prescriptions, because they have to pay their taxes to stay in their homes. And so I'm always tempered by that aspect of the conversation and looking at the projects or the different initiatives that folks want to bring forward. And so I'm mindful that we cannot do what we did last year, to Javier's point. I think it's going to be really important to do not only the pay increases, but to move forward in the pay structure shifts. And so I know if there's a way to have a conversation about where those pay increases occurs, I would love to dig deeper into that, because it doesn't necessarily have to be across the board. It's not as pressured for me at the top level. I'm just going to say that outright. But I do know that it's important that we do the pay increases. And then also just noting I know that about 19 million and just requested items. I really want to hear, similar to how Jillian explained earlier, what the race equity kind of lens looks like around the 19 million that's being requested. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing an analysis, or even just giving us the tools so that I can use it for an analysis on the items that are coming forward, because I think that's going to be really helpful to kind of break down who benefits and who's harmed. And I would also note one more thing. There was one more, hold on, I had a note. the police and fire pay plans and the additional appropriations for street maintenance and all, I mean, I think all the future challenges areas are my priority. And the areas that were kind of not included, like I said before, the pay adjustments for employees, some of those new budget requests, the CIP, I mean, I could see how we could end up well over 7 million in deficit. And so I really want the staff to take a stab at prioritizing based on the equity lens and really giving us just the real lens of, or a real sense of what should be the priority in the next year, because this is only 1 year and there will be another year. And so noting we came out pretty well. I think I attribute it to the work of the budget management staff and kind of tempering us enough last year so that we didn't come out worse, in worse shape. And so I appreciate that. I can't say, yeah. And so I'm just thinking through, I'm similar to Jillian, I really want to look at all the numbers together and kind of over the years. Yeah. And I'm also very interested in what the RTI study returns. So there's a lot here. It's a lot. It's almost like, what are we taking off the list? I don't see it. I don't see that yet. So
That's always the big difficult issue. There are always so many good things. Thank you for that. That was a good summary. Mark Anthony.
Thank you, Steve. And good morning, friends. It's good to see all of you. I want to thank you firstly for giving me a leave and pardoning me for my tardiness. I was at a meeting with the North Carolina League, participating in a racial equity thing, presenting there. I have to tell you how gratifying it is when I'm in these other contexts, and they, particularly with other electeds, and folks start asking, well, what are some data points or examples of things that are going on in other cities that you think are replicable or worth replicating, and how Durham constantly comes up amongst our colleagues, from race equity to the budget to where's the coolest place to hang out and what kind of innovative, cool things they're doing. And it was no different this morning. So I just want to say how deeply gratifying it is. And I know that's reflective of our staff, this incredible staff. Maybe a little credit for us colleagues, but we know it's really this staff, this incredible municipal workforce. So I want to thank Bertha and Wanda and the entire team, the entire apparatus that goes into keeping us in the black. And, you know, a city that operates in the black has options, has different options, and we approach conversations differently. So I want to also associate myself with just about everything my colleagues have said prior to me speaking. I think each of you have touched on an important aspect of how we need to guide this ship moving forward. I'm encouraged by the revenue, the lower impact on revenue that we had thought that COVID would bring about. But I do want to, particularly for those that are watching who are not government heads or who aren't like into this stuff, I do want to point out the tension or the disconnect between how a government can be doing well and folk are still hurting and folk are still feeling pressure. This was a devastating year for a lot of people in our city. We've lost businesses in Durham, and we've lost some institutions in Durham. So for the layperson, it's almost like the stock market when folks say, oh, the stock market's soaring. And that's a good indicator for a certain sliver of people. But if you're not in the stock market, you know, stock market can be soaring, you can still be having really hard times. So to hear that the government, we did better than we thought we were going to do, may translate to some people listening, oh, we did all right. That means we can do more for COVID. We can do more for folks that are unemployed. We can do more for all kinds of communities. So I want to say to the folk that are watching that it's possible for us to have a good year as a government, but we also don't want to downplay or mute our understanding how tough a time a year this has been for so many people in Durham. And sometimes there's that disconnect. And I know we get that, and I'm not saying we don't get it, but for those listening, we still have some choices to make. I think Charlie was spot on in terms of us needing to honor our commitments in terms of the housing bond. That's something that we're self-imposed upon us amongst the voters. And I think that by the voters, and I think that a pay raise for our staff has got to be top of mind. I'm not telegraphing now how that's ultimately going to play out, but I think that's got to be top of mind for us, which has not been factored in yet. So I just want to acknowledge to those watching that although we may, as policy heads, as wonky government types, may be a bit excited about our revenues being better or revenue shortfall not being as bad as we thought it was going to be, we still understand how painful and how tough a year this was for so many of you watching. And we've got some tough decisions to make as a city moving forward. And the position that we're in of strength is directly attributable to, as someone said, and forgive me for not remembering who it was, the strength of our budget team. I think it may have been you, Deidreana. The strength of our budget team and the guardrails that you guys put in front of us, no matter how wide-eyed our ideas are, no matter how noble they are, and they are noble, you continue to provide us with very sober guardrails and solid math, which is hard to argue against math for us to move forward. So I just wanted to put those things out there and acknowledge, I think, all of the important things that my colleagues have said, and let folk know that Durham is a well-run city, and we're blessed for that. But we also understand that it was a tough year for a lot of you, for a lot of us, and we're mindful of that, and we're not overly giddy about where we are as a government, because we understand that ultimately how you're doing in your homes right now, where you're watching this from, is the ultimate measure of how we're doing as a city. So let's get to it. Let's get it on. Thanks.
Mark Anthony, I want to put a period on what you just said. Before this meeting, we had a meeting of the Recovery Renewal Task Force, and we heard the latest economic statistics for Durham. Total sales were only down, and I'm not sure the exact time period, I think it was the last year, about 3%, better than expected. But 33% of our small businesses have gone under. 33%. And we heard from Susan Amy an estimate that unemployment in our hospitality sector, which is mainly made up of low-income workers, is up to probably around 40% still. So we know that not only do we know that from people that we know who are suffering the unemployment or whose businesses are gone and have lost the work of a lifetime, but we also now, we have the statistics to confirm what you say. So I want to appreciate and second that. It's really important to keep that in mind. Deidreana?
Thank you, Steve. If I could just third that, I would even even think about what the numbers look like when you disaggregate by race. And so I fully want to thank Middleton. I'm not gonna be able to do for just noting just specifically just what's kind of like my heart is beating faster right now. It's like I'm like, I don't know how we're gonna get to the end of this, but I know that I trust the process, and we've done it before. And of course, not without scars, but we managed to get through it and past it. And so the city's always better for it. But I do want to just make sure that I also note that this pandemic has caused death in our community. And, there are many families that are now single parent with children, or, single senior now home alone. And this, it's the devastation that we're not seeing in our numbers is definitely felt in our hearts. And so I do appreciate Middleton making sure that we center that aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just looking through the attendees. I see Ryan Smith is here, and I'll just ask Ryan if he could make sure that council members receive the report that we got at the Recovery Renewal Task Force on those economic. Thank you, Ryan. Colleagues, other questions and comments for Bertha at this time? We're going to take a couple of these issues up during the CIP presentation. Bertha, let me ask one other question. The multi-year. So no pay raises are built into that. Are there any pay raises built into the multi-year after, Yeah, there are none this year, but are there in future years or any pay raises built into the multi-year?
Yes, we actually built in the pay raise back to restoring it to its previous level in 2023. So it is built in future year. Part of what I was going to say is that the sentiments around, what's going on in our community, you may recall that in previous years, we've come to you with the pay increases already built into the multi-year.
Yeah.
Because we did not have pay increases last year, we did not presume that we would restore those to 100%, full level. We didn't know what our numbers were going to look like. And so we did not restore those. So if we had have done that, you would have seen that, that huge deficit. But again, as I said before, because we stopped, pay increases and didn't do a lot of things we normally do in the current fiscal year, we're kind of starting from scratch and we're building that budget. So we are very much aware that there are hard decisions that need to be made, and we want to be transparent in making those decisions with you all. And you will hear, lots of other presentations that are going to, make us think about, what our priorities are, including some that you've already mentioned. But I'm glad you brought that up because we did restore the pay increases in 23, but we did not include those in the multi-year as of yet.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions or comments for Bertha before I ask Bertha if she wants to make any concluding comments about this section? Bertha, would you like to make any after hearing the council, any concluding comments, any other observations you might have for us?
I just want to thank you all for your feedback, for your questions. Of course, my team is on the meeting. They're taking notes. Continue to give us your feedback, your guidance. We have to do additional research that you may need for decision making, but this is really helpful. The feedback is helpful. You all making sure that you reiterate those things or lift up those things that you think is important for the community, because a lot of times we do this all the time and we gloss over things that maybe that's really important to pull out or point out for our residents. And so continue to do that with us, and we really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Bertha. You have our support. We are so respectful and grateful for the budget work that always goes on in this city. I just am amazed and impressed, and I know my colleagues share that. Thank you. I think maybe we had some of the discussion that I was concerned that we might not have time for at the end of the day. So maybe we'll be able to, end it too. We'll see how that goes.
So we're scheduled for a break, 15-minute break.
How about colleagues, and Bertha, I'll ask you, could we make it a 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
All right. Colleagues, are you okay with a 5-minute break? I see a thumbs up from John and I see colleagues. Okay.
Can we make it 7? I just want to get the kids straight.
All right, well, let's make it 10 minutes. You want to make it 10, Deidreana? Is that enough?
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll be back at 12:10, everybody. Thank you so much. For those of us that don't have kids and don't have to worry about that, I'm glad that you said that. Well, I have them, but they're not here. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 12:10.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Just a reminder that as we break for 10 minutes, your mics are still live. The feed is still live on YouTube. So please be mindful of that and mute your screen and your sound.
All right. It's now 12:10. Let's see if my colleagues were able to make it back. I see Deidreana. You made it with the kids. Everything cool? Great.
Yes, I have to make sure he's ready for his test.
Yes, you do.
Your house is not on fire, so things are going fine.
I remember those days. Oh, and I see that we have the cat with us again, which is awesome. The legal cat.
You're killing me, dude. You're killing me.
All right, John, we'll turn it back over to you for what's next.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Allure, Assistant Budget Director for the City of Durham. And we're going to kick off the afternoon with a CIP debt presentation for you. If we could have that pulled up. And just before I begin this, if I may, sometimes you're asked to give praise and sometimes you want to give praise. And I do need to take a moment to acknowledge Vivian Cruz from the Public Affairs Office, who has been a tremendous help to all of our staff through this week and in basically taking us all to public affairs school and teaching our office how to be really good stewards with public information. So Vivian, thank you so much for all your help.
John, can I second that emotion? You know, Vivian has had a lot of extra duties this year through COVID, and she's just done a fabulous, fabulous job for us. So thank you for doing that.
So to begin the presentation on the capital improvement plan, I'm joined by the finance director, David Boyd, who will be joining me about midway through this presentation. I think if I can presume, the best thing here would probably be to get you through this information as quickly as possible. And I think it will be very helpful to you in having a discussion about future capital needs, et cetera. So if we could go to the next slide. To begin with, just a refresher for you. So we have a general fund CIP funding plan that was created in about FY 2017. And it involves looking at CIP through the lens of a 10-year time horizon. Included in your package was a spreadsheet of that, what we call the 10-year plan. Sometimes it's called the fundable CIP. I won't ask anybody to project it. It's very fine print, but all of the information that we have planned out for capital projects is within that plan. We try to maintain a contingency reserve of cash of between $500,000 to $1.5 million every year. And I'd say that the plan is very dynamic and fluid. It's subject to annual review. It can change. It can be reprioritized to more accurately reflect future needs, changing circumstances. And certainly that was the case in FY21. Probably the most, as you all know, substantial difference in FY21 is we suspended the CIP plan. We stopped the plan in the spring because we didn't know exactly where we were going fiscally. So we suspended things and we did not adopt the CIP until the fall of 2020. So a lot of what we built on from the fall has not really changed, but this will tell you where we're going forward from what we adopted in late 2020. So in December, we started something new, which I'll get to in the coming slides. We conducted our first stat governance meeting. This is a project we hope to do on a reoccurring basis with city management and project managers to review CIP projects that have already been approved and to review the progress of those plans, those projects. The CIP was kicked off in December of this year. The requests were due on January 29th. Through the month of February, departments will be presenting recommendations and doing internal scoring. In April, recommendations will be made to the city manager. And then, of course, the city manager will bring those recommendations to you in the proposed budget, which will be presented on May 17th. So with our partners in technology solutions, we have over last couple of years been developing what I would call a more robust, more visually pleasing tool for looking at CIP projects. And if you look at this first slide, and I'll ask Christina Tooks, who is our CIP project coordinator or CIP budget coordinator, to just share the link to this in the chat would be helpful so people can go to it. Christina is the real person behind all of what I'm presenting here today. So another thank you, which I'm very, have no problem giving a thank you to Christina Tooks for all of her hard work. So the project viewer, as you can see, it's a more attractive overview of all of the active projects, what's on hold, what's delayed, through bar graphs, which is, again, a more pleasing way of seeing the information. A tool that I think everybody will agree is again a more pleasing way of seeing things is the ability to look at capital projects geographically. So to have a geographic data representing where the projects are. And if you go to the next slide, you can certainly scroll down to this on an individual basis to see projects. So there's a lot of geospacing. We worked hard with the folks in GIS to develop this with an internal team that included not only project managers throughout the city, but again, technology solutions, the finance department and the budget department. You can see the link there on the bottom of the slide if you want to go live to the project viewer. The status project updates, we show this slide every year, and it's to show you where we're at in the process. We have, as we say, CIPs were due at the end of January, and we are in the process of evaluating projects. Anything bold represents something new. Anything in italics represents a revision to something that had been previously planned. And as you know, the thing that probably sticks out to you the most here is the street paving, and Bertha alluded to. Currently in the financial model, you saw previously we have 10 million allocated, 6 million from operating, and another 4 million from fund balance. And the department, again, the Public Works Department is requesting a total of 20 million. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to the finance director, David Boyd, and he can take you through the debt model.
Good afternoon. Thank you, John. I'm David Boyd. I'm the finance director. And as a refresher for most of you, but perhaps the first time for Councilmember Freelon, how do we pay for all of this? So we have a 11-cent fixed piece of the tax rate that goes into a fund to pay for our debt service on new capital and previously constructed capital, as well as using some of that to cash fund new capital projects. The financing scheme we use includes kind of a line of credit where we pay interest only during a construction period. And then once we've got accumulated a significant amount of borrowed funds, then we do a fixed rate refinancing of that over 20 years to pay for that accumulated debt. We try to fund 10% of our new capital with cash as opposed to debt. And we are only talking here about projects that are for general fund fleet, and the non-self-supporting enterprise funds like the ballpark and the parking fund. This does not include any of our enterprise funds, water, stormwater, those types of projects. Next slide. So John alluded to the other exhibit that you all have in your materials, that is the 10-year CIP. That's the same CIP that you saw in fall when you all adopted the delayed CIP plan. We have not changed that, and that plan results in kind of this outcome. So this is for the mayor and the mayor pro tem, so they can get their dose of spreadsheets. What we've got to do is keep that bottom line above zero. And so we're trying to maximize the projects that we can fund during this 10-year planning horizon without running out of money between the amount of projects that we're paying for with cash and those projects that we are going to pay for with debt. And as you can see, during this 10-year planning horizon, we have used up all of our capacity with the existing 10-year plan. What we have not yet done what we have not yet done for this year's budget is reevaluate financing assumptions or incorporated any of those new project requests or changes in the plan to see what we can move around within this plan to fund as many of the priorities as we can. Next slide. So how can we get more capital? Well, the only way we can do that is with additional taxes pushed into the CIP. If we wanted to do it all at once, depending on interest rates and how we structure things, we could get about $45 or $50 million for another penny on the tax rate. But currently we're maxed out. What's not on here and a piece that we've still got to do some work on is, what does a penny on the tax rate mean if we just added it into the 10-year plan? So as opposed to taking that penny and issuing debt right now, if we just increased funding from 11 cents to say 12 cents, roughly that over the 10-year time period, we would get, probably double the amount of capacity compared to just issuing debt right now and funding it with the tax rate. What else are we doing on the borrowing side? Switching to the enterprise side, we do have a large line of credit on the water and sewer side to fund their extremely large capital improvement plan. We'll need to refinance that line of credit this summer. We are looking at when do we need to borrow our next amount of money for the existing 10-year plan, because within the existing 10-year plan, we are intending to issue a significant amount of debt to pay for that. It's non-voted debt. It's installment financing debt that does not require a referendum. But the existing plan already anticipates a large amount of debt to fund it. And we're just trying to maximize the resources in the CIP by making sure we're doing it only when we need the money and structuring it such that we get the biggest bang for our buck. And then obviously we're thinking about when and how much of the affordable housing bonds do we need to issue. And I know you all want to talk about that as well. I think we've got a couple more slides and then we can tackle those topics if there aren't any other questions.
Just rounding things out, we spend an awful lot of time talking about the general fund and the tax rate and that impact on what we call the multi-year financial plan. There are other funds with other capital projects, primarily enterprise funds, and they sort of are islands unto themselves. They have capital needs in this, and so what we've seen this year come forward are solid waste, stormwater, transit fund, and water and sewer fund needs. And all of those are individual funds. And of course, their debt capacity, the way to pay for that revenue, is dependent not on necessarily on a tax rate, although some of these funds are tax rate subsidized, but on increases in fees, stormwater fees, for example, or water and sewer fees. And then the final slide is just a reminder that we also have fleet request needs. That's for existing fleet needs and fleet replacements. We have, much like the 10-year plan, we have about a 5-year time horizon for fleet replacement needs. And this is just showing you in the current proposed fiscal year what the needs will be for those fleet requests, all of which, as I say, has been, there's no surprises here in what we're seeing, despite you may look at a number like $8.5 million for general fund. That was anticipated. We knew 5 years ago that we were going to be at that horizon, and here we are. And the debt fund is capable of, has the capacity to provide for that. And with that, David and I are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, John and David. Much appreciated. Always a great and important presentation. And colleagues, just to remind you, you do have in your in the packet we received the CIP exhibit for the 10-year CIP, which has all the specific items in it. I don't know that we want to discuss those today, but of course that's fair game. And I know staff would be happy to respond if you have any specific questions about that, after the meeting as well. It's in pretty small, but still readable type size on our iPads. So I'll just first ask if there are questions or comments by colleagues. Anyone have any questions or comments to begin with? All right. So I do have a question about the fleet numbers that you showed us, John. Remind me about what our policy is on. I thought we had a fleet commitment that we kind of built in, and I'm trying to remember what that is. And do these requests exceed that?
So we have a commitment to replace what we already own, so to speak, and we do have the means to provide for that. And what we want to avoid in that scenario is what we call fleet creep. Is that we don't want new requests to start without intention bleeding into the replacement program, because then we cannot provide for it. So any new vehicle requests need to come essentially as a new budget request. Okay.
And then once we make that replacement, do we then build that into the following year's assumption?
Correct.
Okay. And the exhibit, the 10-year exhibit that we got that I just referred to, matches up, I'm assuming, with the tax rate for capital / debt cash funded balance sheet that David showed us.
That's right.
Yeah. And so just again, I think for Pierce's benefit, Pierce, when you look at that slide that David mentioned, that chart, I think that this is always something that was always hard for me to understand, because in the first years, we show a whole bunch of money at the ending fund balance. So we show $14 million of fund balance for capital. But then when we see what our commitments are up through year 2026, we realize that just with the commitments we already have, we're down to basically $0. And so that's why I think that it's easy for that to be misleading when we see that, because we think we have capital money, but we really we've actually committed it already.
That's an excellent point, Mayor. Because we are borrowing for our capital over a 20-year time period, the decisions we make today have very long implications, and that's why we've got a 10-year plan, and we make sure that we're looking at it on a long-term basis.
So I could go ahead and approach this. Well, let me just ask this, David. I'm assuming that the interest rate environment, you're thinking that next year's interest rate environment is still going to be extremely favorable.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, any questions? I think there are a couple things that we know we want to talk about. One is the affordable housing bond, what tax rate we would need to finance that this year. And I know that we are interested in talking about the possibility of a green infrastructure bond and how we might get some guidance from our staff about how to think about that. And there may be other issues, but before we hit those two issues, I want to ask if there are any other questions or comments, my colleagues. I see Deidreana and then Mark Anthony.
Thank you. I appreciate the level of detail that's always included in the CIP process, but I'm not sure if maybe I'm missing something. But the debt that we carry, I know I think last year I asked about whether we have like a spreadsheet around that, and I guess like in the same framework, do we have a spreadsheet that displays how much debt we're carrying? In that 10-year fashion or 20-year fashion, because I think some of the bonds are that long, so that we're also balancing not just against the projects that we're looking to implement, but also what we're carrying, because I know that the number is there, but it doesn't quite spell it out. So like specifically like on the parking decks that we just built, I know that we didn't fully pay for them up front, but I don't know how much we're behind. Like, I don't know what we're carrying right now.
Sure. So council member, the summary spreadsheet there that I'm showing you anticipates that we are already paying for any of our current obligations. And we have most definitely built them in to what capacity we have and what tax rate we need to pay for existing debt and on any future debt that would be associated with any new projects in that 10-year time period. And again, what you're looking at here and where we focus kind of most of our attention, because it's got that 11-cent tax rate attached to it, is just the debt that's covered by that 11-cent tax rate. And so for instance, you make reference to that, the debt we issued for the parking deck. That debt is carried in the parking fund and paid for within the parking fund. Mm-hmm. There is a certain amount of old debt in the parking fund that is funded from the 11 cents, but any new debt is carried in the parking fund. But I think the key takeaway for you is that we've already made sure that all of our existing debt is covered. And that our projections are taking into account anything that we've already issued and need to pay for. If you would like the detail on the outstanding debt, we've got a number of publications that have that I can point you to.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I just noted that there were two at the bottom of the sheet, and I can't pull up the slide right now, but I'm thinking there were two at the bottom that were kind of low in the listing of I guess current. I'm trying to find it, but there were two that were really low, and I was just wondering, so what happens when they hit zero? So if that fund, so say for instance that parking fund, we're not having anyone parking right now, so they're not necessarily bringing in parking funds in the way that they would normally. So what happens when it hits zero? Does it go up against the general fund? Does it go up against like?
So that is another one of those topics that we'll have to talk about throughout the budget process. Is you're absolutely right. The parking fund is challenged with getting revenues. We do have a multi-year model for the parking fund, and part of what we're going to have to do in balancing the budget this year is look at that exact problem. And to the extent the parking fund can't cover its operating expenses and its debt service, then we'll have to have a conversation internally. Do we have a way to cover that? And if not, what decisions do we need from council about how do we deal with it? But so that's a separate but important conversation that we'll need to have.
And I think I appreciate that. I just really wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, because I'm like, I know that these things are here and we're going to have to come up with some strategy, because I know the funds are not there, but I get you. It's separate.
I think the place, Mark Anthony, do you mind if I just make a quick comment before I get to you?
Of course. Go right ahead, please.
I think that what Deidreana is saying is important, and that we all have to keep it in mind that what we're really looking at here, and David described it, is really only a portion of our debt. And so I think we tend to think about it because what we have to raise taxes for is the debts that's described in David's chart. And that we actually have a whole lot of other debt, for example, in water and sewer, where really, I believe, David, our largest debt probably by far exists. Is that right?
It will be shortly.
Yeah. And so maybe it would be useful, as you said, David, to provide us with just a piece of paper at some point, that gives a little snapshot of that, so everybody gets the big picture.
Be happy to.
Just a note, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Steve, the number that Bertha shared earlier, which is why I'm pointing it out, where she said that we had 56 as opposed to the reserved amount that we have, like it's as much as I felt like that was a really good number, I still felt like we have a lot of debt outlined, and I don't know what's going to come up in the next 18 months, but I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. I'm optimistic that we'll get back to everything. But if not, all of that debt still has to be covered. So I'm just.
And I think what I want to reassure you is that the 11-cent tax rate that we have currently is sufficient to service all of our debt, and that the rates we have in our utilities are sufficient to cover all of our existing debt, and that there's nothing that you all need to do at this particular time to be concerned about our ability to repay any existing debt that we have.
Thank you, David. Mark Anthony?
Thanks, Steve. And John and Dave, good to see you both. Thanks. Your math is always on point. So my question isn't so much about the math, but something kind of a undergirding philosophical thing, and it goes to equity. I apologize that I missed, John, the equity presentation at the beginning. Firstly, I want to say, John and Dave, I think I owe your shop a bit of an apology and a clarification. I was looking at a previous meeting. That's what I do, because for whatever reason, you guys have not put my Netflix expense in the CIP. So I watch old meetings, probably racism. So I watch old meetings. And I asked, you talked about questions we can ask potential contractees about their demographics in the workforce. And I don't think I struck the right tone in my questioning, because it seemed that it could have been interpreted, some of the things I said was minimizing the importance of that for going after bigger fish, for, not just white companies that have a few Black employees, but actual Black companies and wealth building. And that's not the tone I wanted to strike. I don't want in any way minimize the incredible work that you did, because we ask that all the time as a council, and you guys were spot on in delivering something that we have telegraphed as a council time and time again when questioning potential contractors for the city. So I wanted to apologize for that tonal, I think, error that I made, if it can in any way have been interpreted as minimizing what you guys worked forth. I want to go on record clearly and without hesitation today and without qualification that you guys did exactly what we wanted to. It's critically important work, and it's going to make us a much better city, I think, in terms of furthering our goals for equity and inclusion. So please accept that, and I want the record to reflect that. Secondly, with the CIP, and this might be better, a question better suited for the exhibit next, but if so, you can tell me. From an equity point of view, John and David, how much are we agile enough that from an equity point of view, we came in one day and said we wanted to just shake the CIP up, like literally just start moving things around in it from an equity point of view, as opposed to from an equity point of view, adding things to the list within already existing algorithms and equations, which, you know, sometimes may in and of themselves have systemic stuff baked into them in terms of who gets on the list first. How much havoc would that wreak? And do you foresee a time where we'll have that type of agility from an equity point of view to literally just go in and start moving things in the CIP, even if it's by years? If that question makes any sense.
I think I'm going to let David answer that, but before he does, I just want to tee it up with one thing, and that's to say, so the mapping tool that was displayed earlier, the CIP stat, that is potentially a powerful equity tool. And it can tell you where the capital assets are. So, I mean, with that, as to using that tool is a potential means of reallocation. I'll let David speak to the how nimble the CIP is to reallocate.
I see Deputy City Manager Ferguson popped up here. Maybe he has a comment before I can talk about the mechanics of how that might work.
Thank you, Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Operations. Very much appreciate the question, Council Member, and just wanted to offer, and I think this is a common theme that we put forward each year when we talk about the CIP, that this is a policy document. This is a reflection of the city's values and your values, and so I think the whole reason we created a 10-year plan was to get more clarity about what the council's expectations were, about what the organization's work plan looked like over that time. I think to the extent that council's priorities change, that our organization's priorities change, the CIP does need to change. And each year we put a great deal of effort and put a great deal of pressure on departments to update this document with their desired changes in availability of funds or prioritization of projects. I would say, so that's the philosophical piece, is that this ought to change. It ought to reflect your priorities. That being said, I would say that within the first 3 or 4 years of the plan, a lot of work is being done now to plan those projects. And so that doesn't mean we can't change those priorities. It's just that I would want council to be aware that we may be stopping work in progress to reprioritize. And to the extent, you know, the more notice you can give us, the better. People in public works, people in general services, in other departments that deliver projects are constantly laying the groundwork for projects that you see in those first 3 or 4 years. As David will mention shortly, you know, we are then calibrating the financing of those projects and the cash flow of those projects. So yes, it can change. The more advanced notice we have, the better. And to the extent that the equity lens is changing our priorities now, I think that absolutely this CIP is, you know, is a clear expression of that. I think to the extent that we get messaging from council or you see specific projects you want moved sooner and suggestions for what projects would be moved later, I think all those conversations are very appropriate.
No, I appreciate that, Bo, and I think that's deeply helpful. And I hear and appreciate your admonition as well, respectful, but an admonition nonetheless. I mean, I'm a fiduciary of the city. The last thing I want to do is to wreak havoc by, you know, if we've got sunken costs and some stuff that's already going on. We want to certainly be responsible in our pivots. So I appreciate that greatly, Bo. Dave, did you want to add something to that? Where you
just briefly, we have the tool to do it, but I don't want to mislead folks. It would be a big undertaking, and as Bo said, it would be the early years would be difficult to make changes in, but we would have a great deal of flexibility further out. But it would be an effort. But we do have the tool built right now with the fact that we're already looking at it over 10 years to be able to evaluate what those changes might look like. I think the other thing that Bo didn't mention was, you know, there's some of these projects, you know, I think you can kind of capture characterize them perhaps in kind of the discretionary and non-discretionary type projects, the stuff that we kind of have to do to take care of what we had versus kind of the optional, kind of like at your house, what are the things that you have to do just to keep the house in order versus what are the things that you might want to do. And I think we'd have to parse out, kind of what are those things that are kind of necessities, and see where they need to fall, and then see what kind of flexibility we have within the entire plan. But we have the tool to be able to do it.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much. And thanks, Mayor. I'm going to yield. Now, I'll just say this final point by way of dismount. I think you've kind of shown some light on some of the challenge of race equity work is that it can be disruptive sometimes when we've got institutions and almost by inertia, we've been doing things a certain way, for decades sometimes, and they're efficient. But sometimes the work of racial equity is going to be disruptive and uncomfortable sometimes. But your admonitions are well stated and well taken as we move forward. Thanks for your time, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Steve.
I wanted to try to make some of that specific just by looking at the chart that we have, in front of us, the exhibit. When I think about something we have to do, we've got Fire Station 18 funded for over the next 3 years. And I think that's one of those, we got to do Fire Station 18. But when you look at we've also got I think a 5-year plan for paving unpaved streets. If we decided that, that's discretionary in a different kind of way, I think. And if we decided we wanted to move that up to the first 3 years to get the job done on a racial equity basis, we'd have to move something else. But I do think that, that's the kind of thing that we could look at. I also think that a lot of the prioritization of the capital projects is done within these large groupings. So when you see sidewalk repair on the exhibit, I can't remember how much it is, but it's a tremendous amount of money. One aspect of the sidewalk repair would be, or is, and I know that we try to do this now, we have a racial equity factor in the decisions about where we're repairing and putting new sidewalks, that a lot of the prioritization around racial equity can be done within the larger categories of capital improvement. So I just wanted to offer those couple of observations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I do have a question about one specific item on the exhibit, and I'm not sure, this might be Bo for you, but I'm not sure, which is we've got the Longmeadow Pool construction is a large amount of money in the plan over a period of, all the way out to FY26. And we don't have anything in here for the wheels. Of course, we wouldn't have anything in here for the wheels redevelopment. Are we thinking that some of that money, or is this premature, that the money that we have allocated for that facility, which I don't think we really knew where it would be at the time, would that money be kind of moved towards the wheels redevelopment over that period of time, or have you all had a chance to think about that?
So at this time, the direction we've given staff is that the money that you have seen for the Longmeadow Pool replacement needs to reflect the cost of that project specifically, about creating that regional aquatics facility that has been in one shape or another been part of the CIP since council adopted the aquatics master plan. To that effect, the staff is working on long-range plans for wheels, and I expect there will be a CIP submission in this year, a first submission to reflect that project. We're also working on how to reflect and show funding for any facility that goes back into Longmeadow Park when the pool that is currently in Longmeadow is decommissioned. So those are three related projects. I think for transparency, my direction to staff has been to try and keep those projects separate in the CIP so that we see the different funding buckets. And again, so the council can help us make priority decisions about when each of those phases are delivered.
Thank you very much, Bob. That was great. Colleagues, other questions at this point about the presentation? Deidreana?
Thank you. Just for clarity, I just want to make sure that it's clear. I know what you're hinting at and acknowledging that Long Meadow is the only pool located in East Durham, and the conversation around taking it offline. I don't know that that's been as public as it needs to be, but I'm hopeful that folks are aware that it's going offline for the summer, and that it's the hope that Wheels will come online, and that'll be in place of or alongside of a splash pad or whatever comes up that folks decide. So.
Thank you. That is in fact the plan. Long Meadow Pool is beyond the end of its useful life. I think we have tried, but will continue to emphasize with stakeholders and community groups that is the case. A lot of work went in years ago to determining if that facility could be lengthened and improved, and because of a number of factors, site constraints there, we can't build the type of facility that East Durham deserves, and that the Aquatics Master Plan called for. A broad search for a replacement property that could serve the same geographic area was underway when the Wheels opportunity presented itself. And so we were able to sort of merge those two needs. And so the facility that will go in at Wheels would be a significant upgrade over Long Meadow, but it is still a relocation. And so that's why the conversations about the splash pad at Long Meadow or some replacement facility that serves an aquatics purpose have been underway. We'll continue to message that, but I want to reiterate the short-term effort is to continue to operate Long Meadow over the summers for as long as we can make that happen. It is year to year, given continued failures in some of the infrastructure there, but we are making every effort to make sure that that facility continues to operate until the replacement is ready to go.
Thank you, Bo.
Thank you very much, Bo. Colleagues, I want to point us now to two discussions, if it's okay. John, are you ready for me to move on?
Please.
And do we need to do a time check?
Steve, can I ask one quick question?
Yeah, of course, Charlie, sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry. On the slide that has the general fund fiscal year 22 project updates, can you just give me like a sentence on what microwave upgrade means? I'm sure that's not the microwave in the kitchen. So, or if it is, that's a really pricey microwave.
Go ahead.
That's a radio system improvement.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thanks.
So we have Dr. Walden. I don't know if he's here yet, but joining us at 1. So depending on his arrival and I can check on his time commitment. We can either suspend
let's definitely get him in at 1. Yeah. I mean,
okay.
we talk. He's coming to be with us at 1. Let's make sure we do that.
Very good.
We have Dr. Walden at 1, and that's really, other than closing remarks in our discussion, and we need to have some. I think that's the last thing on our agenda. But we do have a few minutes now to discuss at least one of the aspects of our potential, this debt discussion. And why don't we go ahead and talk about the affordable housing bond? And I'll first ask David. David, could you let us know what you think the tax increase lift would be this year to finance the $95 million affordable housing bond?
Sure. So as recently as last week, we got the latest projections from community development on their spending plan towards accomplishing the goals of the affordable housing plan. And it looks now like the first tranche of debt would not be issued until late fiscal year 2023. So, it's looking like that would be about $45 million. So that's less and later than when we talked about this last year. And then the second tranche of debt would be fiscal year 2025 for the balance of the 95 million. So 45 million in 2023, very late in 2023, and then $50 million in 2025. Based on what I think are conservative but reasonable interest rate projections, if we were to raise taxes in fiscal year 22 to cover both of those tranches of debt, and this is kind of using what we talked about previously, kind of the set it and forget it tax rate. You know, we just set the tax rate once, and then that should be sufficient to cover all the debt throughout the life of both of those issuances. If we did that in fiscal year 22, the tax rate needed is currently projected at 1.38 cents. So that's less than what we had talked about last year. If we wait until fiscal year 23, so that first option is we're gonna increase the taxes before we issue debt and kind of bank that money now, knowing that we're going to need it when we do issue the debt. If we wait until fiscal year 23 and increase the taxes in the same year that we first issue debt, that tax rate would be 1.5 cents to cover both of those tranches of debt. Like I said, we got these most recent projections last week. So as we work through the budget process, it's possible that those projections might change a bit, but I think you can see kind of order of magnitude. It's obviously lower number if we do it this year, higher if we wait till next year. 138 in 22, 150 if we do it in 23.
David, thank you. That's exactly what we needed. I appreciate that. Wanda.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing right quickly. The affordable housing plan, as we all know, would have multiple funding sources. So what we're talking about right now is just the debt component, but it is not to be, conflated with the overall plan that the community and the council has become aware of, and we'll be bringing an update on that plan at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Very important clarification. Jillian?
Thank you. David, I'm just wondering why those projections have changed, like what's happened to change them?
Sure. So number one, interest rates are lower than when we were talking about this a year ago. And that's kind of one of the things that I've talked about before. The sooner we impose a tax rate in advance of us actually issuing the debt, kind of the more conservatism I need to build into the expectations on what we'll be able to borrow at, as opposed to doing it closer to when we actually do the borrowing. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece, when we talked about this last year, we were talking about the first tranche of debt being $50 million. And now we're talking about the first tranche of debt being $45 million. I'm sorry, it was $55 million when we talked about this last year. Now it's $10 million lower at $45 million for the first tranche. So it's kind of flipped that. So we're borrowing less later, and that's what's driven down the tax rate.
Okay, and the $10 million less that we're borrowing, is that just because we have a better sense of the timing of the projects?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know that we have more to discuss about this, of course, and we want to try to give some guidance today, but Dr. Walden is with us, and I'm going to ask, and David, thank you. We'll be back to do this in a minute. And I'm not sure who's introducing Dr. Walden, but John, are you or Bertha introducing Dr. Walden? Great.
I'm happy to do so. Good afternoon, and welcome, Michael Walden. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Michael Walden is a William Neal Reynolds Distinguished Professor and Extension Economist at North Carolina State University, and a member of the graduate faculty with the Poole College of Management. His PhD degree is from Cornell University, and he has been at NC State since 1978. He's also been a visiting professor at Duke University. Dr. Michael Walden can be frequently seen, heard, and read in the media. He's appeared in NBC, CBS, the Fox Report, on the NewsHour with Jim Lehrer, and is frequently quoted in USA Today, the News and Observer, the Charlotte Observer, Boston Globe, Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post. His biweekly column, You Decide, is carried by over 40 newspapers in the state. I'm very happy to welcome back Michael Walden. Take it away, sir.
Well, thank you, John. And a technical point, are you showing my slides or am I sharing them?
We have a crew here who are going to show them for you, sir.
Okay, so when I want to go to a slide or next slide, I just say next slide. Okay. All right, well, very good. Well, thank you once again for inviting me. I was thinking back, I think this might be my, 15th consecutive year in speaking to the retreat council. So I must be doing something right, or I come cheap, one of the two. But it's good to see all of you. I did see most of you virtually on the top of my screen. Look forward to, if you ask me back next year, look forward to seeing you all in person. What I want to do with you is obviously talk a bit about where we've been in the last year with the virus, how it's impacted the economy, particularly the Durham metropolitan economy. At the start of this year, we share with you what I think it seems to be a consensus view among economists as to whether this is going to be a better year. We hope the answer is yes. How fast we will recover, and I'll give you some information on that. And then the last part, which I think might be the most important, at least in my mind, is what has our experience of the last year with the virus, the COVID recession, et cetera, what has that done to our, what we call, what economists like to call structural issues in our economy? How has this recession, how has this virus made some permanent changes to our economic future? So I'll go through that, and I will give you a teaser here. I am very, very optimistic, particularly about our local economy, the Durham Chapel Hill metropolitan economy, as well as the Raleigh-Cary. So to jump ahead, in case you were going to close your eyes and worry about if I was going to give a lot of bad news, I think we are lucky to be where we are here in the Greater Triangle. We have a lot going for us, and as I'll talk about, I think indeed the structural changes that I'll allude to might even increase our potential for economic growth. All right, that said, next slide. One of the reasons, in fact, I was thinking about what I told you last year. I think that last year I had very little time because of time constraints, but even though the virus was creeping into our discussion, I think we had already had the first cases in the US by this time last year. We obviously did not know what it was going to come to, and I suspect that I was optimistic about the economy in 2020, and there was good reason to be optimistic. If you look at some of the bullet points here, we had a record length of economic growth in our economy. We had a very consistent, very reasonable growth rate of 2%. We saw wages adjusted for inflation were rising across the board. That is, all rungs of the economic ladder seemed to be improving. We had a 50-year low in unemployment, and to top all this off, we had very low inflation. So we really had the best of all economic worlds. Next slide. And then the virus came, and it has stayed. And the medical experts quickly assessed that the COVID-19 virus was contagious, highly contagious, and it was deadly. And you put those two together, and you really have our worst nightmare. And the conclusion was that we had to treat this as a very, very serious threat to our economy, which is, as we saw, was indeed the case. Next slide. So the medical people told us that and I say that with all respect, but I want to emphasize it's not me or economists speaking. The medical folks said we needed to control or contain this virus because of its contagious aspect, because of its deadly aspect, we could have a situation in the country that we hadn't seen in over 100 years. You had to go back to the so-called Spanish flu, which incidentally was misnamed. I can tell you a story about that, but the so-called Spanish flu that my grandparents lived through, neither of my parents were born yet, 1917 and 1919, that killed somewhere between 500 and 600,000 Americans. And we literally, if you read books about that horrific event, which I have read a couple, we literally had hospitals overflowing. Sick people had to be put in warehouses. You had cemeteries filling up. You had people dropping dead on the street. I mean, it was an awful, awful situation. And I think that those people who were aware of it knew this could potentially morph into that. So the conclusion was made early on that we needed to contain the virus, unfortunately, by containing the economy. And so most of these decisions, if not all, were made at state levels. And you may recall, I think it was March 19th. And the reason that date sticks in my mind is that's the day after my wife's birthday. And March 19th, I believe it was the case, Governor Cooper issued the orders, the stay-at-home orders, and the shutdown orders for selected economic sectors. And again, the whole reason for that was to try to slow down person-to-person contact so that we could get a handle on the cases, get a handle on the hospitalizations and the deaths, and then hopefully be able to reopen to some degree later. Now, when this happened, these orders were issued. Here, I'll bring in economists. We knew this was going to cause a recession. Because if you restrict face-to-face contact, a lot of businesses can't operate. And if you tell people to stay home, unlike fortunately my job, where I can pretty much and have done pretty much my job consistently using this technology with students and meetings and research, et cetera, I'm lucky. A lot of jobs can't be done that way. So economists leapt forward and said, all right, we understand the medical situation reason for this, but the economic situation is not going to be pretty. Next slide, John. And so we knew there was going to be a recession. I call it the mandated recession because it's I think now I've been at NC State 43 years, and I think this is my 8th official recession. And this is unlike any other recession in the sense that it was, in essence, created by public policy, but obviously created in order to deal with a health issue. We had the worst numbers were in the second quarter, so April, May, June. Again, the shutdown orders started at the mid-March. You may remember some of these headlines, and when the numbers came out for the second quarter of 2020, most of the headlines said 1/3 of the economy lost. Actually, that's a little bit of a misnomer, and I mean, if this makes you feel better, I'm glad. Just a little background here. A lot of federal numbers are quoted on what's called an annualized basis, meaning that in this case, they take what actually happened in the second quarter, they being the Bureau of Economic Analysis, what actually happened in the second quarter, and they say, well, what if this continued for a whole year? What would it do to the economy? And that's where we got the 32, that's where the 32% came from. Actually, the decline in the economy, the actual decline in the economy in the second quarter was 9%. Now you might say, well, Walden, 9 times 4 is 36, not 32. Well, there's some seasonal adjustments in going from the quarterly to the annualized. Now, that was still bad. In fact, it was, I believe I'm correct in saying, the worst on record, whether you look at annualized or actual. So this was a very, very bad downturn. Next slide. And we can see it probably, people can relate to, and I apologize for getting in the economic weeds there, people can obviously relate to jobs. That's what most people understand, they know. It's the easiest economic data to communicate. So I'm showing you on this slide the change in jobs on the left-hand side at the US and the right-hand side of North Carolina. And obviously April pops out. We lost over 20 million jobs in April last year. In North Carolina, we lost 600,000. And I can remember I got a call from my local senator in the General Assembly. And he said, Mike, can you put some numbers together that would show that I can communicate with my colleagues about perhaps this was before any of the stimulus packages came out of Washington. He said, I'm worried about people being unemployed, not having enough money to pay the light bill, pay for food, et cetera. So can you generate some numbers, some estimates of what it would take to carry people who are in that unfortunate situation for maybe 6 months? And I said, sure. And I can remember I took some time in doing this, a couple of weeks, so I wanted to try to get it right. But every time I returned to it, the forecasts were worse. They kept getting worse and worse and worse. I think I remember starting at thinking, well, it's going to be a 200,000 drop, then 400,000. And as you can see, it ultimately came to almost 600,000. So just an unbelievable month of carnage in the economy. Now you can see in May, we had a recovery, and it was actually the start of a multi-month recovery. And if you remember, that is the month, and I forget where it was in the month, I think it was toward the end, where Governor Cooper pulled back some of those orders, and most states did. So we were able to see a little bit of job growth in May, and you can see onward. Now, if you look at the national level in November, December, and we do have January numbers for the nation, we don't yet have for North Carolina, you don't see a lot of green there above the zero line. In fact, we did eke out a slight increase in jobs in November. We actually lost jobs at the national level in December, and then we came back and added a very few in January. And I think this is because of the resurgence that we've seen after last winter, which is hopefully getting under control now. And that caused some states to reinstitute some closures in the economy. But even, there's been research on this, even if people are not ordered to stay home, or even if people are not ordered to go out and go to their job, many people will still do that. They're cautious. My wife and I are like that. We've barely done anything outside the house because I think there's some people who simply say, this thing is scary. I don't want to get it. I don't want to pass my family members. I don't care if the governor says we can go out. We're going to stay home. And so we've seen, I think, that come back in November, December, and in some sense in January. Now, if you look at the right-hand side of the slide, you see North Carolina has done a little bit better in November, December. We actually gained jobs. Again, we don't have the January numbers out, but clearly we had a slowdown in the economy in the end of last year, the beginning of this year, with the resurgence of the virus, which the numbers now are telling us it looks like that's being contained and pushed back a little bit. I might say my biggest worry, and again, I'm totally outside my lane, no medical background at all. My biggest worry right now is these variants get going. And I'll read one article where one medical expert says, yeah, the vaccines will work with the variants. I'll read another article where an expert says, we don't know. So, and again, I want to be optimistic here, but that does bother me. Next slide, John.
Let's go. Listen to me.
Okay. All right. Are we okay? Okay. So let's look at the unemployment chain or the employment market in a little different way. And here I introduced Durham Chapel Hill. On this slide, what I'm showing you is job change on a percentage basis, where the base of the percentage is the February job numbers, which were pre-pandemic. So for example, you look at April and you see for the nation, that turquoise number, you see 14%. What that means is the job loss at the national level in April was 14% of the jobs that we had pre-pandemic in February. And you see it was actually a little bit less for North Carolina and a little bit less for Durham Chapel Hill, but still these were big percentages. Durham Chapel Hill was around 11%. And then if you look the other months, you can see in most cases gains, although Durham Chapel Hill actually lost some more in May, but then came back in June, et cetera. And then you can also see on the far right-hand side, November, December, where those percentage gains were much less. We've recovered a little bit. If you want to take a big picture here, to date, we being the economy, and we're pretty much just as consistent across whether you're national, state, or local. We've recovered a little bit more than half of the jobs we've lost. So we're not back in total, but we've moved certainly in the right direction. And I show you this slide in part because even though the Durham Chapel Hill economy is very strong, very vibrant, one of the best economies in the country. I'll show you some data on this later. Same where I am, Charlotte, Chapel Hill, Raleigh, so the whole triangle. But clearly we were impacted. And again, look at that, look at those April numbers, and also they extended through May. Next slide, John. Saying again, all this a little differently with the unemployment rate. Notice the big jump in the unemployment rate in April. Now, interestingly, in Durham, Chapel Hill, the unemployment rate didn't peak until May. I'm not quite sure why that's the case, but the peak was in May, and then there have been improvements since then. And Durham, Chapel Hill's unemployment rate in general for most months has been under the national and under the state. Now, I do want to pause here for just about 30 seconds and say that economists are fairly united in saying right now these unemployment numbers are actually understating actual unemployment. Now, you might say, well, Walden, why? Well, the unemployment numbers do not come from people filing for unemployment compensation. That's a myth that's out there. I don't know where it got started. These unemployment numbers come from a separate survey that the federal government does. Over 100,000 people are surveyed every month, and they break it down by state. And to be counted as unemployed, you have to meet 3 tests. You have to, number 1, tell the surveyor you don't have a job. Number 2, you have to tell them you want a job. Obviously, we don't want to count people who, like retired people, my wife, who doesn't want a job. She told me that the day after she retired. And then thirdly, though, they have to say in the last month, they have been actively looking for work, sending out resumes, visiting potential employers, et cetera. Now, always there's some people who don't have a job and want a job who in the last month don't look for work. Usually they're people who had been looking, they just can't find anything. And so they've stopped for a while. We actually call them discouraged workers. But we think that number is bigger now because of the fact that many people who lost their job, they want a job, but they're not looking for work because maybe they're afraid of getting the disease, the virus. Maybe they've had the virus, they're recovering, or they have a family member who's recovering, or very importantly, and this gets into another issue that I know every county is debating, they have children that are home from school, and they need to be home to look after those children. So as a rule of thumb, this is a rule of thumb. This is not something scientifically based. These are estimates. Economists think that these unemployment rates are actually about 2 percentage points higher right now. So rather than around 6%, we're probably dealing with around 8%. So unemployment is worse than these numbers would indicate. Next slide, John. All right, you know this because I'm sure you are all engaged in the community and you follow the community. You know that the virus has not impacted economic sectors equally. It's been hardest on those sectors that rely on a lot of face-to-face contact. So if you look on the left, you see hospitality, leisure, personal services. It has not impacted as much jobs that, quite frankly, can be done remotely, like, again, the one I'm in. A lot of professional jobs can do that, technology jobs, financial service jobs, some education jobs, particularly of the higher education. And so if you actually look at the numbers, on the 3 that I have here, financial service professionals and technology, yeah, they lost some jobs initially, but they're pretty much fully back. So those industries are fully back. On the other hand, hospitality and leisure, personal services, they've come back some, although they took a couple steps backward with the resurgence in the last part of the year. But they are still down significantly, 20 to 25% from their pre-pandemic levels. The other issue with this dichotomy is if you look at the jobs on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, you can understand, or they differ in terms of average pay. Hospitality, leisure, personal services, not every job, of course, but on average, those are lower paying jobs. On the other hand, financial services, professional jobs, technology jobs, on average, they tend to be higher paying. So one of the things this pandemic-induced recession has done, it's exacerbated income inequality. And hopefully that's something we can deal with on the other side of the pandemic. Next slide, John. All right, let me talk a little bit about governmental help. And most of the governmental help has come from the federal level, and there's a simple reason for that. Only the federal government has the power to borrow the money that was deemed necessary to prevent the economy from crashing and prevent households from enduring enormous pain, businesses the same way. So right now, the federal government has borrowed, if you look at all the various programs, and I think we've had three big programs that came out of Washington. To date, they've borrowed about $4 trillion, and they pushed that into the economy in terms of various programs like stimulus checks, increasing unemployment compensation, PPP, payroll protection plan, et cetera. All that money's been borrowed. So I often get a lot of questions from people, well, Walden, isn't that going to sink us in the future? Well, as your budget expert was talking prior to me, one of the benefits of borrowing right now is the low interest rate environment. And actually, if you look at federal interest rate payments on the national debt as a percent of the broad economy, we're lower now, even with all this borrowing, than we were in the 80s and 90s. So this pandemic, if there's anything lucky about it, and I put that in quotes, it is that it came at a time when interest rates were very, very low, which has allowed the federal government to borrow and help cushion the blow of the pandemic. Now, to date, North Carolina has gotten about $39 billion out of that $4 trillion. And most of it's had strings attached. It hasn't been dumped into the general fund. It's had strings attached. Now, as you well know, I'm sure you're following, the Biden administration's $1.9 trillion proposal would have, well, I think, $350 billion that would targeted to state and local governments. I don't know that anyone has seen the details, but my expectation would be there'd be many fewer strings on that, so that could go into general funds and allow decision makers like you the option of deploying that to your highest use. Now, when people say, Walden, well, aren't we going to? Isn't China going to call us and want all their money back or something? No, most of this money has actually been borrowed from the Federal Reserve. And how's the Federal Reserve pay for it? Where they print money. And I'll talk about them in a moment. So no, don't worry about China knocking on our door and saying, give us our money back. That's not going to happen. But what economists are pretty well settled on is what borrowing from the future means is you're really borrowing from future growth. And so the cost here is not that we're not going to be able to pay the bills. It's not that we're not going to be able to even borrow more money in the future. It's that our economic growth will be slower in the future than now. And to put some numbers on this, I just got a study last week from the Wharton School at University of Pennsylvania. They calibrated that due to the borrowing that has been done this last year and probably into this year, economic growth, I think they went into 2023 and 2024, they were assuming those would be growth years, will be 0.2 percentage points under. And if you go back and remember on the first slide, the economy's been growing about 2%. So that's about a 10% hit to economic growth. So I think that's the best way. If any of your constituents asked you that question, I think that's the best way. And again, you have to say, well, if we weren't going to borrow, what are we going to do? We're going to let the economy burn and crash and people just be out on the street. So I think this was necessary. Yeah, I'm concerned about the amount, but I think it was absolutely necessary. Next slide, John. Federal Reserve's also gotten in the act. As I said, they bought a very high percentage of the debt that the federal government has taken. They lowered interest rates early on, effectively zero. And there are two worries right now that you'll hear people talk about. One is that, as I said, Federal Reserve has done a lot of the buying of federal debt, and they pay for that by creating money. That's one of their big powers. I've always told people the only job that would have gotten me to leave NC State, since I've loved my career here, was to be put on the board of the Federal Reserve, because they can create money. And I don't know anyone else that can do that. And I somewhat jokingly say that, but it's true. And I was taught some 53 years ago when I had my first economics course that inflation results when you have too much money chasing too few goods and services. And there are people who are worried about that. In fact, two very prominent people, Larry Summers, a Democrat in the Clinton administration, Treasury Secretary, Phil Gramm, a Republican, former US Senator, ran for president in 1996. They have each issued public statements in the form of op-ed articles that they're worried that all this borrowing and all this money that's been created, once the economy gets back and people start spending more, the capacity of the economy, at least initially, won't be able to keep pace, and we could very well see higher inflation. Now, Are we talking about 10, 15% inflation? No. We're probably talking about going from 1.5% inflation, which is roughly where we are now, to maybe 3%. But that's noticeable. So that is a risk. The other concern here with federal policy is that the various programs, the stimulus programs that have been pumped into the economy, actually, if you look at the data that's been collected, it's now about a year old, on what people did with their stimulus checks. Those, what were they, $1,500, $2,000 stimulus checks, you recall. What did they do with that? What researchers and the Federal Reserve researchers actually have found is that as you move up the economic ladder that is of higher income, now there were cutoffs to these, but they were fairly high cutoffs. As you move up the economic ladder, people saved a lot of that money. They didn't spend it, they saved it. And in fact, if you look at the total amount of the stimulus checks and you say what percentage was saved, it was about a third. And now saving means you're going to invest it somewhere. And if you look over the last year, what has been the investment market that has just continued to chug along and almost set records every day? It's been the stock market. And the concern is that a lot of that money made its way in the stock market, has bid up the stock market. And the question is that setting a speculative high for the stock market? Will we have a pullback? I learned long ago not to try to forecast the stock market. It's very, very iffy, but I do want to throw that out. That is something that economists are at least concerned about. It is one of the casualties of this, of the economic policy that we've gone through, going to be that we will have at some point a significant pullback in the stock market, as well as the issue about inflation. Next slide. Now, state and local governments. There's been a lot of concern, obviously, about state and local governments who don't have the ability, like the federal government does, to just about borrow for anything. You can borrow, but you're constrained on what you can borrow for. With the economy in such a bad recession, will your revenues go down? Will you have to lay off people, et cetera? Well, for North Carolina, at the state level, at least, we've had two pieces of news, one of which just came out yesterday. But the first piece of news that has been out for about a month is the state controller reported in their most recent report, I think it was, that North Carolina has about $4 billion in unspent funds, the state. That's let's see, general funds around 25. I mean, that's a significant part of the general fund. And this is a result from two things: one, money in the rainy day fund, and two, the fact that Governor Cooper and the General Assembly have not been able to get together on a budget, I think, over the last two budgetary sessions. Now, in the old days, remember how old I am, how long I've been here. In the old days, say in the 80s and 90s, that would have meant I wouldn't have gotten paid if there was no budget. Literally, if North Carolina couldn't agree on a budget between the executive and the General Assembly, there would be no money spent. Now, that was changed about 10, 15 years ago. So we go on what's called a continuing budget. And that's essentially what's happened in North Carolina at the state level, a continuing budget. Now you might say, okay, so what does that mean? Well, that means we're spending at levels that are now 2 or 3 years old, meaning that revenues pre-COVID were coming in at higher levels based on the bigger economy, and that's generated additional savings. Now, the other piece of news that just came out yesterday, I think afternoon, which people like me have been waiting for, because the last report on this was in May, was the joint budgetary forecast between the Fiscal Research Division of the General Assembly and the Office of Budget Management of the administration. They finally issued a new outlook, budgetary outlook, which, and this is only at the state level now, very, very optimistic, very, very optimistic. Mainly due to the fact of that $39 billion that's been pushed into the economy over the last year from the federal government. The forecast for, I think, this fiscal year in terms of revenues is almost 18% over what was forecast last May, which means I think the general fund is going to be around 28 billion rather than what was forecast much lower. So this is very, very good news. Now, I'll let your budget experts have already talked to you about your budget, so I won't talk about that. But things are looking better, and then on top of that, of course, watch the 1.9 trillion, whether that gets through, and if it gets through with the money going to state and local government. So it looks like the governmental sector is looking a little better here, particularly for folks like you who have to deal with these issues every day. All right, next slide, John. All right, now let me get into talking a little bit about where I think the economy is going. I do this thing called a leading index for the state. The only takeaway here is if the line's going up, it's good. If it's going down, it's bad. And notice that in the last couple of months, it's been going up for the state. So that suggests that the state economy is going to improve. Growth rates are going to be higher. Next slide, John. This is my forecast track for North Carolina's what we call real GDP. Real always means you take out inflation, and GDP in this case, gross domestic product. Just think of that as aggregate production, where we can put everything that everyone does, every business does, into one number. And if you look at the left-hand side, you can see the big drop in the second quarter. You can see an equally good, strong rebound in the third quarter. Fourth quarter, a little bit slower. Now, first quarter, which we're in, I actually think we could see a little bit of a retreat because of the resurgence and the fact that people are not going out as much. But then after that, once the vaccines get going and people's optimism goes up and we feel like we can go out and do more things. Notice I'm forecasting continued growth for the rest of this year and then on to the next year and the year after. And also you can see by the third quarter of this year, I actually think we'll be back to pre-pandemic levels of our economy. Incidentally, these numbers are annualized GDP numbers. So for example, in the third quarter, I'm forecasting the state economy will be $515 billion on an annualized basis, which is greater than the $512 we had in the first quarter of 2020. So this is a optimistic forecast, and you can look at other economists around the state, John Connaughton at Charlotte, Mark Bittner at Wells Fargo. Their forecasts are similar. Next slide, John. Little bit different though with the job market, and I think this is going to be a real challenge. These are the unemployment rates, the official rates. So I'm not added the 2% here that I told you really need to do to get real unemployment. These are the official rates, and you can clearly see the big jump in the second quarter, a good improvement in the third and fourth quarters. Now, notice first and second quarters, 7%. I'm showing actually an increase. You might say, what's going on there? I thought you said the economy is going to improve. This is where what I told you before about people who are sitting on the sidelines, they're not looking for work even though they want work. This is where once they do to come back, they feel safe to come back. Their kids are back in school. Their relative who had COVID is all well. And they now go out and they hear the job market's better. They start to go out and look. Before they get jobs, they will now be classified as unemployed. So I think we're going to see that in the first and second quarter. We may very well see a bounce up in the unemployment rate, even though jobs are increasing. But then after that, I'm looking for the unemployment rate to fall on trend. But notice by 2023, I'm looking at an unemployment rate in the state of still over 5%, much higher than the 3.8% we had in the first quarter of 2020. So what I'm saying, what I think is behind that is that one of the big challenges that the post-pandemic economy will present to us is that there's going to be what economists call a lot of disruption in the job market. There are going to be businesses who come back and say, and look at their structure and say, you know what, I had to shut down because some of my employees got sick. If I can do anything to reduce my reliance on people and instead use machines and technology, I'm going to do it. And I'll give you a quick example of this. I got a call, probably it was April or May, from a national reporter who wanted to talk to me about the North Carolina economy. We were chatting about various sectors, and I was talking to her about the food processing sector, which we have a very large food processing sector, as most of you probably know, in North Carolina. In fact, we have the largest food processing plant in Tar Heel, North Carolina, in Bladen County, in the world. That sector's had problems with COVID because there are a lot of people working in or in close contact. Now, it's been deemed an essential service, so people have continued to work, but businesses, food processing businesses, had to struggle to deal with outbreaks, et cetera. And I told the reporter, I said, now this is a perfect example in my mind of where we could probably see a totally different food processing sector in the future, that after COVID's gone, owners and managers are going to look at those factories and say, you know what, if we can bring in technology like robots and replace people, then we don't have to worry about another outbreak of whatever in the future, and we can continue working. And I told the reporter, I think that's in our future, but it's not in our near future. No sooner almost than I said that, well, about 2 weeks later, I read in some national publication of a food processing plant in the Midwest, Nebraska, Iowa, one of those states, that was actually introducing robots and replacing people on the food processing chain with robots. So that's what I'm talking about here. I think we're going to see a big move, and it could be even down to the restaurant level, where an owner of a restaurant looks around and says, you know, can I do things? Are there some machines I can get that can actually cook or at least do some of the kitchen work? Can I set up a system where I don't have to have as many waiters and waitresses, et cetera? So this, I think, is a concern, and I think it's going to keep our unemployment rate elevated for several years. And it also is going to present a challenge for our educational institutions, particularly community college, because I think people who take a food processing worker who loses his or her job, and they've got a family, and that's all they've done is food processing. They don't have time to spend going to a four-year college like NC State or Duke or Chapel Hill. They need to get retrained in something fast because they got bills. And so I can see that our community colleges are going to be very, very key in stepping up and dealing with this reskilling challenge. Next slide. All right, now let me finish up here by talking about some of those structural changes that many predict. One that at least I've read about is there's been a lot of pushback, primarily because we think the virus, I'm not authority on this, the virus came from China. We obviously have a lot of economic interactions with China. And there's been some who said, you know, we need to pull back with trade, international trade. We need to become more self-sufficient. I don't think that's going to happen. I think world trade is too embedded in our global economy. There are clearly benefits to world trade. The triangle has a lot of international connections, so this is important for the triangle. So I don't think we're going to cut ourselves off from world trade. I do see, however, a couple of changes here, which could very well be beneficial to North Carolina. Let me take the last bullet point first. And that is that even before the virus came here, so we're talking the winter of 2019, we were feeling some of the impacts of the virus in Wuhan province in China, because a lot of our companies in North Carolina, as well as around the country, buy inputs from China. So their supply chain, as its term, goes back to China. And Wuhan was shut down, so they were scrambling to get their inputs. So I've read a lot about companies saying, you know what, we need to start thinking about at least having a backup supply chain here in the US. Now, if that happens, that could be very beneficial for North Carolina. The second bullet point is that, and most of you know this, the country got caught when the virus took off with not having enough medical supplies, ventilators, masks, gowns. And I have not seen anything yet from the Biden administration, but now they've not submitted their budget. I would not be surprised to see the Biden administration say, you know, we don't want to be in that position ever again. We need to replenish our key medical supplies with American producers. And so I could see a plan to finance, maybe through the government, masks, gowns, ventilators, other things. North Carolina is well set up to do that. We're a manufacturing state, we can do the ventilators, and where else would you go if you need a textile product? Maybe Georgia, South Carolina, but clearly we're in the mix there. So I think this is actually good news for North Carolina, that we could see some additional economic activity here. Next slide. I talked about this, more labor market disruption. This is something economists have been talking about for 20 years as technology becomes more adept. So I'm not going to dwell on this, but I do think that we need to be, proactive in the state, quite frankly. We can't wait to see that, oh, we've got 10,000 more people unemployed this month, and then let them figure out what to do. I think we need to go out and find them and help them and tell them, okay, here's what you want to look at, here's the training, and have that all thought out. And that's something that I think we need to hopefully be thinking about in the months ahead as we get past the pandemic. Next slide. Education, of course, every county is dealing with this, that a lot of remote learning has been imposed on K through 12. I think K through 12 is taking in my opinion, a bad rap on this in terms of people complaining about, well, in-person or at-home education, not the same as in-person. I get that. But there are a lot of wonderful programs that I've become aware of that can teach young people through remote learning that are marvelous. Our school systems just didn't have time to do this. This was thrust on them. So the bottom line here is I don't think remote education is going to go away. I think most kids are going to go back to in-person schools, but I think there is a place for parents who want it, and maybe for certain kinds of children who special needs or whatever. I think there is a place for remote education. And again, I think there are some great programs that do this. If you're interested in this, just contact the School of Education at NC State, because they've been doing a lot of work on this. Next slide. Now, teleworking. This probably has been the biggest change that we've seen in our economy that affects most people. Prior to the pandemic, if you look at the first bullet point, nationwide, about 8% of people worked at home at least one day a week. At the height of the pandemic, it was up to 40%. 40% of workers worked at home at least one day a week. Now, it's pulled back from that, obviously, as things have changed, but I think, and there are a lot of people who agree with me, that teleworking is here to stay at an elevated level. We're not going to go back to the 8%. We're going to stay higher. If you read about teleworking, it's like there's nothing in the middle. I read stories about people in business who absolutely love it, and I read about people in businesses who hate it. So, but I think the option is going to be there, and I think the option is going to be taken by more people. And so I think this is going to be one of the long-term sustaining impacts of the virus, that teleworking is here to stay at a much elevated level than we had pre-virus. Next slide. Things like drone delivery of services. I have a neighbor across the street who's a young person. He's a banker, he has been having all of his food delivered and his meals. And he said to us, of course, properly distanced, he said to us that he loves it. He's going to continue doing that. He said he never liked to cook, and now he doesn't have to cook. So there are a lot of experts who think that ordering things online, more so than what we did pre-pandemic, but we're going to be ordering more things, more services, meals, et cetera. That's probably here to stay. And you've probably read a lot about drone delivery of things. That's going to come, I think. In fact, the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, which has control over this, just made the initial approval for drone delivery. Now you're not going to see drones in the sky yet, but there's several stages here. But I think that is coming, and I think that's going to be a challenge for cities in particular, obviously because of the space. And another thing is, there may be some tax opportunities there for local governments. If you have drones flying around delivering things, I think there might be some, using your airspace, if you will, there might be some tax opportunities, tax revenue opportunities, I should say. Next slide. All right, reconsideration of residential location. There are two parts of this. First, you hear that people are reconsidering living in the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area. In fact, I think they've lost between 100 and 150,000 households in the last year. Or people are reconsidering living in LA or San Francisco. So there's a geographical part of this, which, if true, if this is more than a blip, if there is going to be a movement of people out of those highly dense, highly expensive areas, I think North Carolina, and I think especially the Triangle, is a great destination for them. In fact, there was a study done of people leaving the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area, and they ranked the top 10 metro areas where those folks went. And Charlotte and Raleigh were in the top 10. I think Austin and Nashville were the top two. I still don't get Nashville. That's because I'm not in country music, but I just don't get why Nashville's there. But we're there. The Triangle's there. Charlotte's there. So I think that we may very well gain out of some of those relocations. Now, the second part of this, though, is where within a metropolitan area will people live? Are they going to go downtown? In Durham, you've had great downtown development. Raleigh has had great downtown development. Is that going to continue, or will people say, well, I don't know about living in these really dense areas. Maybe I want to be in the suburbs. Maybe I want to be in the exurbs. Right now, the experts are saying that they don't think downtowns are going to dry up, but they do think that in the long run, more people are maybe going to choose the suburbs and the exurbs. Now, I think an extension of this is whether you are going to see people move beyond the metro areas and maybe back to, or not back to, but into rural areas. Now, for that to happen, we're going to have high-speed internet in rural areas. So I think that's something to watch. And next slide, which might be, I think we may stop here. All right, let me wrap this up by talking about implications for the triangle and specifically for Durham Chapel Hill. First point I've already hit. I think we're going to continue to grow. In other words, I don't have the worries about this area that if I was an economist in the New York, New Jersey area or Los Angeles, San Francisco, I would have some worries. We're going to continue to grow. We're may actually going to continue to grow at an accelerated rate. And in fact, you might say, where's the evidence for this, Walden? Are you just thinking off the top of your head? Well, I think the evidence is if you look at what investors are doing, particularly investors in space. Look at what's happened in Raleigh. We've had four major developments: Downtown South, the Innovation Center at North Hills, what it's called Park Place South, which is going to be adjacent to Dix Park. And then just today it was announced they're ready to break ground soon on the second phase of the Union Station, which is going to have some commercial property. I think when you tally all those up, we're talking north of $3 billion of investment. I don't think people who are smarter than me are going to do that unless they see a market there. Even with more remote working, I think what these investors are seeing is we're going to get enough people come in here that we can still fill up these buildings, even if more people are going to stay home working remotely. So I think I'm going to bet on this area continuing to grow and probably at an accelerated pace. Second point, I think North Carolina as an entire state is going to possibly see accelerated growth, because if you look at the two major metrics that indicate the medical costs of COVID and then the economic costs, if you look, for example, at deaths per capita from COVID and then job loss per capita, we look very good on both of those relative to other states. I think we're in the lower, at least lower third, if not lower 25% for states. So another way of saying that, I think North Carolina is going to come out of this and being viewed as a safe state. Yeah, we have problems, just like every state had problems with COVID, but we managed it fairly well. And if you look at those two metrics. Now, specifically for the Durham Chapel Hill Metro, if you look at the 380 metropolitan areas in the country, since 2000, Durham's growth rate was 35th highest. And so clearly you are in the upper echelon of economic growth and prominence in the country. And I think that will continue. So let me stop there. Although John, maybe go a couple more slides push on. Oh, yes, a moment for advertising. I have two new books out that I wrote last year. One is a policy book called Real Solutions. Looks at all the solutions: poverty, healthcare, environment, taxes, national debt, income inequality, pay difference, etc. 500 pages worth of, but people tell me it's well written, it's easy to read, but 500 pages worth. So I commend that to your attention. And then next slide, John. If you want a little diversion, I wrote this book last year in the midst of all the political issues going on, which have only been accelerated this year. I call this a political thriller, so it's fiction. But if you like fiction and you like political thrillers, I recommend this to you. So let me stop, John, and do we have time for some questions, or you can read me questions? I'll be happy to try to address them.
Thank you so much, Michael. I really, really appreciate it. And I'll turn it over to council and see if there are some questions.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walden. It's always great to hear your presentation. And it was a different year, but and really interesting to hear the ways in which we have recovered and the ways in which we haven't recovered on the unemployment front, which I think are things we know, but really interesting and important to see the numbers that you put to it. It's very, very helpful. So, and always so grateful to hear your ideas about the future trends, and glad to see that you continue to have confidence in our region, and in particular, not just our region, but in the Durham Chapel Hill area. So thank you for that. Colleagues, questions or comments for Dr. Walden? Deidreana?
Thank you, Dr. Walden, and thank you, Steve. I'm getting there. I really appreciate the breakdowns and value the kind of walking us through all of this. I really just have one additional question around acknowledging that the boomers are aging up quite quickly. Did you have any predictions around that area? Acknowledging, I mean, that's they're not likely to show up in our economy in the same way. Any thoughts?
That's Counselor. That's an excellent point. I'm now 70, so I classifies me as an old boomer, I guess. It's interesting you bring this up because I did a program. I forget with what TV station recently, talking about demographics, and of course, those of us 65 and over, that demographics actually increasing in relative size. And so I think one implication for the aging boomers is that they may even become more prominent as a class of consumers, as a segment of our economy that will have attention. And I do see for government some tension here between the boomers, who, of course, what's one of our most important factors, healthcare, access to healthcare, expensive healthcare. And then for younger people, the young people I teach, the younger millennials, but also the Gen Zers mostly, who are obviously focused on education. That's what they're worried about. And if you look at the state budget, those are the two biggest chunks of the state budget. And so I can see potentially over time those two groups coming to loggerheads in some sense, because they're both going after programs that impact them. But the broader and more positive statement is, if you're a business, any business, you need to have a plan for reaching the older boomers. You need to have a plan to reach to the senior citizens, because they have a large, still a continuing and growing relatively large share of commerce. So you need to know how they shop and what ways they shop. I think we shop maybe a little differently, although I've been forced into the computer world. My wife is still in the write a letter, make a phone call world. She's not been dragged into this. But I do think they're an important part of the economy. Now, probably less so around in this area where we are, because we're a relatively younger area with all the students here, the young people here coming to take the tech jobs, the pharmaceutical jobs, et cetera.
Thank you. If I could follow up, I'm thinking along the lines. So I had a presentation yesterday on smart and resilient cities, and just thinking about how I think the conversation was moving towards the unmanned, not just unmanned drones, but unmanned vehicles on the road, what infrastructure might look like, and how all of that's going to play in. I'm mindful that the conversation today or yesterday started with, I wrote it down too. Never let a good crisis go to waste. And trying to figure out what those investments might look like. Do you have any suggestions there?
Well, interesting question. I just spent 2 years on the NC First Transportation Commission, and our task there, and we've issued a report. I'm not sure that it's available to everyone, but it's been sent to the General Assembly, or will be. Our task there was to look at North Carolina's transportation future and how we're going to finance that future. And this issue, or this question, or this comment did come up because many think that transportation is probably going through its biggest changes since the invention of the automobile. And one argument can be made, if we do go to a smart city, smart vehicle situation, we may actually need less space and expenditures on roads, because smart vehicles can be managed better on highways instead of people driving them and weaving in and out, et cetera. So that's one issue. Another issue, of course, is public transportation in large metropolitan areas. If we continue to grow, and add density. That's probably going to become more viable and more valuable. Again, I know more about Raleigh than I do you, but we have these high-speed bus lanes that are being planned and promoted and probably will come into fruition in the future. The big issue we faced on the commission, though, was how are we going, is the gas tax going to, and this is, I know, not a decision you all make, but is the gas tax going to continue to provide us with the revenues we need? And the answer universally was no, because people are moving to hybrid vehicles, they're moving to electric vehicles, they're moving to better gas mileage. And so we talked about what are some alternatives. A mileage fee was one of those, maybe going to a sales tax addition that would, some of which would be earmarked to transportation, and maybe looking at some ways to recapture value from commercial activity that is built and benefits from a good transit nearby. So yeah, I think the transportation commuting part of our economy, particularly in metropolitan areas, is going to be in a big state of flux over the coming future.
Dr. Walden, thank you. We have, I think, time for one more question, and there was a good question in the chat from our Director of Office and Economic and Workforce Development, Andre Pettigrew. Dr. Walden, small minority and women-owned businesses have been greatly impacted by COVID-19. What do we have to do as a city to accelerate and sustain the recovery of our small business community?
And I agree. If you look at the data on not just that, but if you look at employment data, women have gotten hit harder in general than men during COVID. In terms of business recovery, I would recommend this for that group, but I think generally, one of the things that I'd like to see discussed maybe at the state level, since we've got some money, but may also at the national level, and I won't talk for cities, cities tend to be, your budgets tend to be a little tighter, is recognizing a lot of people went out of business, not because they were bad business people, not because they weren't doing what they should do in a profit, they just couldn't sustain themselves when people weren't out there buying in the normal fashion. And of course, we had PPP to try to keep businesses going. That worked in some cases, didn't work in others. Of course, there have been a lot of stories about the equity of the distribution of those funds. One thing that I think we might think about, and this is not original with me, is setting up some capital funds that would be available to businesses. It could be at the federal level, but it could be at the state or local level, that businesses that maybe can't get funding from traditional sources, banks, could come to and say, look, I used to have a business on a particular location here in Durham, and I had to give up. The virus killed me. I had to give up. But you know, I mean, this is the business person talking, you know, I know how to run a business. You know that I put out a good product, whatever it is. I can't get financing. Can I get financing from the city? So that's something that might be worth discussing.
Thank you, Dr. Walden. And I want to say how much we appreciate hearing from you every year. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thanks for asking me.
It really is a pleasure. And you always give us such an important perspective. And I was really interested in what you were going to be saying this year, because it has been such a different year. And just want to express my appreciation again for you being here and for the light that you always shed. So thank you so much.
And even though I have all these Cincinnati Reds hats in back of me, I still root for the Durham Bulls.
And we're really glad to hear that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And hopefully we'll be at ball games together again soon.
Yes. Can't wait.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, that was really interesting and very valuable. And I think John or Bertha, are you all with us here? And David? Yeah, great. So I'm going to, without, and there's Bertha too, great. Without any, I think I want to just go ahead and take us back to the discussion that we were having prior to Dr. Walden. And so we can go ahead and move through our afternoon. We have a couple of other things to do. And just to begin, so just if I'm going to try to outline what David said, and David, you can tell me if I got it right. If we raise taxes for the $95 million affordable housing bond in the next budget, that it would cost us about 1.38. The tax rate would be about 1.38 cents. Did I get that right? If we did it in a future year, it would be up at 1.5 cents or the following year.
That's right.
And I think that that was the most important. Those were the important facts that we heard. Colleagues, I want to try to give our administration some guidance on this. We've already heard from Mark Anthony earlier and Charlie, both about going ahead to, that our voters have already told us what to do on this, and I agree. And I'm actually really glad to hear when the housing bond, when we were campaigning, we were using the number 1.6 cents. And so the fact that we are nicely under that, I think, is really good. But I want to try to go ahead. I like during these processes, and I know our administration likes it too, if we can give them as much guidance as early in the process as we can. So I want to hear some discussion about this, and then I'd like to try to give them guidance, hopefully to go ahead and put the tax increase in the budget, and we can work from there. Deidreana?
Thank you, Steve. Just one question. I'm trying to just make sure I understand. We're talking about on the 11 cents going up to 12.39 versus, or are we talking about something completely separate?
Councilmember, this would be completely separate. The 1.38 cents would not go there. It would be accounted for elsewhere and not part of that at all. It would just be strictly to service the debt for the affordable housing bonds.
Okay. And so it would essentially create a separate fund that would be created because we haven't spent the money yet.
Right. It would be kind of fenced off in the dedicated housing fund where we would pay the debt from.
Thank you. Good question. Other questions? Anybody have any other questions for David or for John? Well, colleagues, Charlie, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to throw too much of a sand in the gears here, but hearing David tell us that the difference between starting this year and starting next year was 0.12 cents on the tax rate. Is that right, David? Did I get that right? Yeah, 1.5 or something, 38. I have to say, I had expected a larger difference than that. And I think it makes sense for us to consider waiting until next year. And so I know that I said I wanted to do it this year, but that's because I thought we were borrowing this year. And I clearly had the wrong impression about how this was going. I totally understand, as Madam Manager said earlier, that there are lots of different funding sources for the 5-year plan. But I guess I just assumed that since we didn't borrow last year, we'd be borrowing this year, and that obviously isn't the case. And so I'm not sure. Anyway, that's where I'm at right now. So.
Okay. Yeah, Mark Anthony.
Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, colleagues. And I definitely see virtue and merit in either doing it this year or waiting. I argued rather rigorously last year for going ahead and doing, before COVID struck, for going ahead and doing it, because I think we should just take yes for an answer, and that is voters said yes, and they overwhelmingly said yes to this bond, which to me I think can at least in one way be interpreted as there was preparation and willingness to do what was necessary to fund it. Now, I understand our desire to want to ease it or maybe make it more palatable, but I think there's something to be said in going ahead and getting that money and not letting it be lazy. I mean, banking it and letting that money work, because we know this is debt that we're going to have to pay off, and go ahead and integrate it into the taxpayers' worldview now, if you will, and go ahead and take yes for an answer. So and they said yes. So I'm leaning more towards going ahead and doing it. We know we've already said yes to it. We know it's coming. I certainly understand the desire to defer impact, but we can only speculate as to what conditions will be then. Even the best minds, it's still speculative. So I'm inclined to just go ahead and take yes for an answer from the voters and go ahead and lock it in now, and take action and bank that money, and be in position, hopefully ahead of the game when we start servicing this debt now. So that's where I am.
Billion.
Thank you. So yeah, I also came into this conversation thinking that we needed to raise taxes for this year, or that we would be in trouble next year, essentially, that if we didn't do it now, that we would have a much bigger increase in the future, and was prepared to go out to the community and sell a tax increase during the pandemic for that purpose, because it would be much worse if we waited. After hearing from David the difference between this year and next year, I feel like it's actually not as, it's not that much worse if we wait. So I don't feel as concerned about doing the increase now. I feel like it would be, I feel like it wouldn't be unreasonable to wait until next year, given the fact that we're still that a lot of our residents are still in a pretty precarious economic situation, and that we're not really kicking the can too much farther down the road if we're only looking at a 1% and a small increase in what the tax rate would have to be if we did it this year versus next year. And then also thinking about some of the other things that we want in the budget, like potentially being able to raise employee pay or fund some of our departmental or council initiatives. I feel like if we were to raise the tax rate for the bond spending now, that it would be much harder to integrate a pay rise or any of the other things that we might want to do. Whereas if we deferred the bond increase for another year, that we would give ourselves a little bit more room to think about that 2-cent pay rise, 2-cent increase for raises or any other things that we want to do. So I'm feeling less urgent about the raise for the housing bond now after hearing the report from David, and think if we're going to raise taxes this year, I think there are some more urgent priorities that we could put that increase toward.
David, did you have a comment, or you just are showing up for in case there are questions?
I'm just available to answer any questions.
Okay. Yeah, I feel really strongly we need to do it this year. The voters told us to do it. We put it off for a year. I just think that people fully expect it. I feel like if we start getting away from it, we're the farther we get from that vote, the less I think we're keeping faith with our voters. And I am very prepared to do whatever tax increase we need to do to raise pay and do this as well. And I think we all ought to be. I also think I can't imagine this year, or planning for the next year for a green infrastructure bond, which is we're going to say to people, hey, vote for this and, raise your taxes for this, if we haven't already done that for the housing bond that people have agreed to. So, yeah, I think, to me, this is the year. But clearly we don't have consensus on that. So we'll have to have some more discussion. And a couple of our colleagues aren't really with us here, able to be heard. Deidreana?
Thank you. I had hoped to not rehash last year. It was kind of painful. I think I was the only one who was leaning away from raising taxes or initiating the bond. And yes, Charlie and I. And just acknowledging, I think that just hearkening back to Middleton's comment around how folks in the community are experiencing COVID right now. I think we just want to, from 0.38 to 0.5, I lean more towards just holding for another year. I think that voters would understand clearly that we're in a pandemic, and, you know, all that's happened in the last year and not knowing what's going to happen. The bond is here, it's going to move forward. It's not going to change. But the difference in the stories that I'm hearing about folks and their fear around taxes, I am mindful that there will need to be an increase, and how much that increase will be. If we could alleviate 1.38% right on that 3 cent that's already on the table, I am leaning in that direction.
Thank you. All right, colleagues. I see Councilmember Caballero is with us.
I'm here too, Mr.
And
Mayor.
Councilmember Freelon. Okay, good.
Yeah, do we need to make a decision on this today? I know you said you wanted to give guidance to council.
I would like to give guidance, but I'd like to give the guidance that I'd like to give.
Yeah. Well, I just had a quick question about the difference. What do those numbers mean? It's 0.5 or 1.5, whatever the difference is. What does that mean in terms of dollars for folks if we wait? What would the difference be?
David?
Give me 1 second. I got a spreadsheet. I think it has that on there. So 1.38 is $31.64 for the average homeowner. And 1.5 is $34.39.
Okay, thanks for that.
$3.
Thanks for that info. I guess I'd be splitting things down the middle. I'm leaning towards Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Middleton's proposal to go this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero, I'm not sure if you'd been able to hear the discussion so far. If you have any
did.
thoughts.
Those were the fastest orthodontist appointments ever. I have driven there and back with 2 kids. So I'm home now. I was able to hear one of my questions is what Pierce just asked. And then I guess my other question is I want to understand the risk. And I feel like I want to hear from community development folks about if we don't borrow. I know we're borrowing for projects coming, but like, what does that do to their work plan? They have created a process based on an assumption. And so if we decide, okay, we're going to punt for another year, what does that do to their plan? I don't feel like I can make a decision. I'm leaning towards going ahead and raising the rate. I think we are risking a lot. One of the things we know is interest rates are really, I know we're not borrowing until next year, but if we push, I feel like if we push it out 1 more year, I am concerned about what the potential domino effect is. And I don't have a clear sense of that.
So if I might, council member, the decision on the tax rate will have no impact on the funding available for community development to deliver on the plan. It's just when we increase taxes to start accumulating funds to pay back the debt once we issue it.
Thank you, David. Mark Anthony?
Thanks. And I really appreciate the spirit of the discussion for my colleagues. It goes right to the heart, I think, of who we are. And you know, of course, we want to do no harm to folk. But I think it would be helpful to view this in a larger context, and that is our values as a city. I mean, affordable housing isn't something extraneous to our values. It goes right to the heart of even what some folk are struggling with in COVID. And that is you know, housing is impacted by lack of employment, income, and you know, one of the things we talk about all the time in Durham is having a safe, warm, dry place, a dry place to lay your head is absolutely essential to, you know, everything else you do, being able to get a good night's rest before you go to school or go to work the next morning. So it resonates deeply with me, wanting to forego, any hardship on folk now. But one of the things that's impacting us, and we talk about root causes and doing things that will, strategically impact things at the root. And at some point, you got to get in and do that work, and start, making commitments to that. And it's uncomfortable sometimes at first, but again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. We've been given permission, and anybody that supported the affordable housing bond supported a tax rate increase. So it's a matter of when, not if. So so all of us supported the tax rate increase on this if we supported the affordable housing bond. And I think that, for the reasons I've stated previously, but also I just want to add that this goes to our values. I mean, affordable housing was perhaps, the biggest thing that shows up time and time again, or you hear time and time again when you talk to residents, and whether it be in our survey or be it anecdotally, just interacting with constituents in the street. This is where the rubber meets the road for Durham, the affordable housing issue. So I would again say let's take the yes that we've been given. Sometimes things are a lot of quite ambiguous, but this is one of those few instances in government where we have a clear indication from constituents as to what to do. I think as reflected by their vote. So I think we should go ahead and do it this year, and still do the other things that there's some other things we need to do as well. This isn't the totality of our decision, but I think this is an important piece. I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark Anthony. Charlie?
I have to say I don't 100% understand the thrust of those remarks, but let me just make it clear to everyone who's watching. Whether we vote to increase taxes this year to start accumulating money to borrow the debt necessary for the affordable housing bond, or we start borrowing next year, will not change one iota of the work that the Community Development Department is doing around affordable housing between now and then. Not a single affordable unit of affordable housing will be built if we vote to approve it this year versus next year. Not one addition. There's nothing changes with community development's work plan. That's been clear from staff. So I want to make sure that folks who are watching, and also everyone in this council, understands that this is not a vote about how much we value the issue of affordable housing. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about, whether I'm sorry, Councilman, what did you say, Mark Anthony?
Neither was I.
Okay, but so an argument that says we should vote for it this year because affordable housing is important to our community, I don't really understand that, because it's important to me too. It's important to everybody. That's why we're going to do it. The bond passed with the voters. We're gonna fund the bond. The question is only one of timing of the borrowing. And had community development come forward with a plan that required borrowing during this next fiscal year, of course I would support increasing it for the next fiscal year, because that's what the plan requires. And I'm fully supportive of the plan. It doesn't require that. We can accomplish every single goal in the affordable housing plan, whether we start raising the taxes for this year or next year. This is not a barometer of how much we care about that value. It's a question of, do we want to raise taxes for it this year or next year? And there are good reasons on both sides, but that's the question that faces us. And for me, I would prefer to wait till next year, but it sounds like there are 4 votes for this year, and I'm perfectly happy with that. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. So thanks.
Thanks. If I might respond, and I think your comments are a refute in search of an argument. I didn't say anything that even rhymed with community development or their work. I don't think I said anything that rhymed with community development. My value comment was about taking what the voters have said and considering that an indication of their willingness to accept the discomfort of the tax increase, be it this year as opposed to last year. I didn't say anything that even remotely suggested that not raising taxes this year is, and that's quite a stretch, is somehow suggestive that we're not operating within our values. My point was that because we value affordable housing and because we voted for it, it could be viewed as an indication of the willingness and readiness of our residents to deal with the tax increase, because they in fact voted to deal with the tax increase. And that even in our earnest desire to minimize impact by deferring it to next year as opposed to this year, because we value it, we have collectively said with our voice that we are willing to deal with the discomfort because it aligns with our values. That's what I meant. Any other interpretation is, I'm sorry if it came off that way, but there had been nothing you said even remotely resembled what I was talking about.
Awesome.
So,
Glad to hear it. And in that case, then we get to decide how the community pays for it. That's our job.
That's what we're doing.
It's not because the voters voted for it. We have to raise taxes this year.
Didn't
That's
say
on
that either.
us, not on them.
Didn't say that either.
Javier?
I agree. I didn't say anything.
Thank you. I'm actually the one who mentioned community development, so I appreciate the clarification, Charlie. I just want to share again, I think that my position is that we should just go ahead and do it. Otherwise, we're raising taxes this year and next year. So because we're already, I feel like I've heard some consensus on everyone understands that if we want to do anything different than if our budget is going to be any different than what we passed last year, the only way to do it is through a tax increase. That includes employee pay, et cetera. And so it is a difference of when we choose to do the affordable housing bond, but all we're doing, it's just a 2-year, in my mind, consecutive tax increase, because we will raise taxes this year to do the parts of the budget that we know we want, or at least that I heard that I think we want, and we will do it again for the affordable housing bond. I also just think that, and this is a conversation that came up with taxes, and during our previous presentation, we don't print money. There's very few ways we can increase revenue, and we consistently hear from our community about the things that they find important. At a certain point, people have to align what they tell us they want, and they have to understand that that comes through taxation. Unless we cut services, that's the only other choice. So again, I think we should just go ahead and pass the bond increase, or the tax rate for the affordable housing bond. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments, Deidreana?
Just a question, because I'm still trying to align where we are right now. And so with the 4 of you saying you want to increase, so we move from the 3 cents to the 4.38 cents. And then does any of that doesn't include any of the items that we've been talking about today in the challenges and current kind of like projects that are all being proposed. And so that's in addition to that.
I think that the 3% that you're referring to was not a tax increase. It is the percentage by which the administration is anticipating that the property tax amounts will increase. But I'm going to ask John or Lori that. You all haven't built any tax increase into this at all. Am I correct?
Yes, that's property tax growth, the 3%. That's the growth in the assessed value.
Okay, so then just to make sure that I understand, and that this 1.38 would be all we would have decided on in terms of tax increases. Now, what Deidreana asked about would still be decisions we would need to make if we're going to increase taxes for pay and those things. There's not a 3 cents we're already starting with.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah. All right, colleagues, any other questions or comments? And are we ready to try to give some direction or no? Jillian, do you want to make some comments?
No, I think that it's clear the majority of the council wants to move forward this year. And so I'm happy to give that guidance to the staff.
All right, colleagues, do you agree? Are we comfortable with that?
Yes.
I'm hearing, Pierce, are you good with it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good with it.
All right. It looks like we have 4 people, at least, maybe more, who are ready to support the tax increase for this coming year in our budget, 1.38 cents. It may change a little. David has let us know as we get even closer to the actual knowledge. All right. Do you want to show thumbs, everybody? Shall we? All right. Okay. We're saying Pierce's thumbs up. All right. Thank you very much for that. I feel we made the right decision, but you knew that already. Okay. The next item that I would like to discuss, and I said we would try to do this all by 2:30, and let's just see how we do here, is at least get some thought from people, because this has been mentioned. Deidreana talked about it at the last council member meeting. We've talked about it. Several of us have had some discussion about it. I know the staff has talked some about it. Are we interested in having on the ballot this year a green infrastructure bond? And if we have some interest in that this year, then I think we should hear a little bit about the staff about what time milestones we would have to hit, which I know that David is prepared to let us know. And if we're not interested in putting it on the ballot this year, we don't have to have that discussion. So I'm interested in hearing from colleagues if you have any thoughts about whether or not you want to seriously consider a green infrastructure bond for this year. And I think Deidreana had her hand up. Yeah.
Thank you. You laying that out. I just wanted to clarify, did we say there was going to be green? Because I was thinking it was going to be more gray and resilient.
Well, I use that terminology, but we can certainly talk about so there are several things. Are we interested in it? And then what's exactly in it? And that would have to be the process we'd have to go through and what's in it. Yeah.
And I'm thinking more about the aging infrastructure that we have and some of the failed infrastructure in addition to greening. So yes, and there's other areas. So yeah, just making sure that that's clear.
Yeah. And we may be using different terminologies for the same thing. I think that when I say green, I'm not necessarily talking about new. I'm talking about infrastructure that supports a sustainable community.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So colleagues, would anyone like to give any thoughts about your thinking about whether or not we should consider this for this year? We don't have to make a decision. Obviously, we can't make a decision on that now, but is this something we should pursue? Should we try to move it forward? Should we try to get our staff to start thinking about it? I can certainly imagine a very exciting bond that would include lots of things that our community wants and needs in terms of infrastructure that is supporting a sustainable community. But we need to think some about the timing, and I'm interested in your thoughts.
And if I could share a little bit of foreground in that, just acknowledging how we've been saying today, don't let a good, crisis go unused, acknowledging that just in the previous few planning and zoning cases that we've seen, the conversations around, traffic and some of the roads that need to be repaired, some of the sewer lines and water lines, all of those things are factoring into what I envision a bond would definitely address. But I think on the other side of that is acknowledging that also creates jobs and opportunities for contracts to be brought online as well. And so I'm mindful that it's an additional tax, but there is a lot of benefit to that. And around workforce development and around many other areas, especially around sustainability, and aligning that with our educational system, acknowledging that youth will need to kind of have some plans in place to kind of get up to speed or trained in very new technologies and services that will need to be available in order to do whatever's next. And I just see that Wander.
Yes, she has.
Thank you for recognizing me. I would just like to ask Mr. Boyd to speak about the enterprise improvements and how they are funded in totality compared to a GEO bond referendum. If you wouldn't mind doing that, Mr. Boyd, I think that would be helpful.
Sure, I'm happy to. So just like our previous conversation about the 11 cents that we use to fund our general capital plan, that's the same type of thing we're kind of talking about here. A GEO bond would be appropriate for the same types of improvements. The water and sewer lines are all funded through the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, which is supported by rates, and the types of bonds that we issue there are revenue bonds that don't require a vote. And we have a financing plan within our current rate projections to cover that needed infrastructure. Likewise, you need to have stormwater improvements are included in the Stormwater Enterprise Fund and are projected to be covered by current and expected future stormwater revenues. So the types of things here would be, capital improvements, transportation related, parks and rec facilities, those types of things, as opposed to anything related to any of our enterprises would be where we would be looking for some GEO bonds. We do not need a referendum to borrow money for any of the other enterprise funds if we need to borrow funds for that type of infrastructure.
So David, I'm going to list some things, and you can let me know if these are things that would be includable, if that's a word, in a GEO bond, in a general obligation bond. Sidewalks, park improvements, trails.
Yes.
If the city had some energy improvements it would like to make, solarization.
Sure, the construction of that type of stuff, yes.
Not the operations of it, but the construction of it. Bicycle infrastructure. How about stormwater?
Stormwater, we're currently projecting our ability to fund all of our stormwater needs through the stormwater utility rates. And we would have access to stormwater revenue bonds, non-voted debt if we did need some within the stormwater utility. So I would not include stormwater improvements generally in that category.
Can I ask if pavement markings, traffic lights?
I mean, once you get to things that are operational, I think you could make the argument that painting the streets is an operating cost, not so much a capital improvement. And so there's kind of some give and take on certain things. Like in the past, you recall we did a bond in 2011 to repave streets. I think if you looked in the book of financial management, that they wouldn't suggest that paving is necessarily the best thing to borrow money for, that is an ongoing expense that you need to pay for every year, and you need to find a way to pay for it every year, and borrowing money to do that is not the best way to deal with paving needs, but also understand that sometimes you get way behind and it's the only way you can get caught up. So there's some gray areas.
What about
about bus shelters, David?
Yeah,
sure.
And urban forestry, so acknowledging that there are some areas that need to be addressed.
You mean like planting trees?
The other, like pruning, cleanup.
If you had to buy some expensive equipment, perhaps, but not the operating costs for that type of thing. Programmatic things wouldn't be things that we could borrow money for.
Sorry. Colleagues, any questions or thoughts at this point, Jillian?
Thank you. I think it's worth considering for this year, specifically for things that advance our sustainability goals, like as you mentioned, Steve, sidewalks, trails, transit, green energy. Those are pieces of infrastructure that I know our community wants and needs, and that is part of our long-term plan to cut our emissions as a city, and our sustainability, you know, what did we say, 100% carbon neutral by 2050. And so I would be excited about investing in a bond to do those things. I feel like I'm not as clear on what other infrastructure pieces we might do outside of street paving that wouldn't be part of an enterprise fund that we could do with the bond. So if folks have other ideas, I'm interested to know what they are. I think the street repaving has some real opportunities related to sustainability as well, with being able to put in protected bike lanes and generally make our streets implement our shared streets model. So I think street repaving could fit well into our general goals around sustainability and green transit. Whether we put it on the ballot this year, I think depends a little bit on like timing and what the economic situation looks like. I'd want to put it on the ballot if we think that this is something that can't wait. And I do think that, you know, in investing in these sorts of green infrastructure projects to fight climate change can't wait. But that we are in a position to really make the argument to the community that we need it now, and so that we can get it passed. I think we did a really great job making the argument to the community that we really needed the affordable housing bond, and that and part of making that argument was work by lots and lots of organizations and people around the city who'd been fighting and talking about affordable housing for a long time. I think we would need to make use of those same sorts of like organizations and networks who have been fighting for environmental justice and sustainability in order to really sell this need to the community and get the bond, get people to be excited about this kind of bond. And I know that the county is probably going to be looking at bonds soon too for schools and other kinds of development. So yeah, I think it's Durham's growing. We need to do a lot more of this kind of work. I just want to make sure that we feel like we're in a position to really get out there and sell it and make sure that we get our community on board.
Other thoughts? Mark Anthony?
Thanks, Steve, and thank you, Jillian. I associate myself with everything you said. I mean, viscerally, yeah, green infrastructure, definitely. And I think that there are some things and choices and decisions we can make as a city to start codifying and institutionalizing our commitment to green infrastructure sans bond, even as we're operating now within our budget choices now and with our contracts now. We can begin to incorporate that into our culture, our decision-making culture, our money spending culture, even before we get to the bond. I just don't know, and I'll just be very, blunt, like I'm not normally. I just think, I don't know if the educational piece has been done yet in the public. I remember the lift, and Steve and others will remember some of the meetings we sat in trying to sell the affordable housing bond to some constituencies. And I imagine it probably would have been an easier lift if we had a year of education before the year that we were actually voting on the bond. I think there's a lot of communities in the city that they hear green infrastructure. I think the work needs to be done, particularly when you talk about it from an equity point of view, to demonstrate and instruct how that's going to directly impact your particular street and your particular neighborhood. And I don't know given the engagement challenges we've had with COVID on other things, the work that would need to be done to educate and to sell and to not in all communities, but in some communities, to get folk to coalesce around this. I just don't know if that's a lift we should try and do this year. We should definitely begin talking about it. I don't know that, and I support it, 100%. But I just don't know, all things considered, if we want to put it on the ballot this year, asking folk to commit us to more debt for something I'm not sure we've done all the work in fully explaining to our constituencies and to the city. And even with that, without that, there are still some things we could be doing and should be doing as a city to incorporate green into how we spend money right now. So it's not like we can't do stuff now without this bond, but I definitely think that there needs to be a massive conversation. And part of that conversation has to be, telling folk in certain communities how we're not just going to take money again and we're going to build up infrastructure in those neighborhoods, the neighborhoods that normally get it. Or once again, we're going to raise money and, what's in it for your neighborhood. And I just think that, just drawing from some of the lessons in the affordable housing bond, I'm wondering if we should take some more time to build up knowledge and goodwill before trying to put it on the ballot this year. And if we do put it on the ballot this year, I'll vote for it and I'll support it. But I'm just wondering about the timing. So, thanks.
Well, I think that those are good. Those are really good questions. And I think that those are, I think that's really the question we face is, do we feel like we could do the education necessary in the time frame? And I think those are important questions. Colleagues, I said we would stay till 2:30 and now it's already 2:40 and I don't want to presume on you and the staff. I could keep going for a little while, but let me make another suggestion that we ask David to give us what the potential timeline might be so that we could make a decision about this. We would know what the necessary timeline would be. And then one of the things that we could do after that is we could ask our administration to help us think about this a little bit once we know the timeline. And we can also talk about it some more and figure out what we think about the timing. Does that suit everyone? I don't want to try to shut this down, but I am cognizant of the fact that we have our staff here and you all are here, we're all here, and would, be on time. So I'm just trying to be mindful of that. Is everybody okay with that process that I outlined? Okay. I see some thumbs. So, David, could you please let us know what some of the milestones might be that we would need to hit?
Sure, that's a quick conversation. Assuming you all take your normal July recess, to get it on the ballot for November, it would take 3 actions, the first of which would have to happen in May. So you'd have between now and May to decide whether or not you wanted to take the actions necessary to get it on the November ballot. If you want a more calendar, I can certainly have one drawn up, but that's kind of the first action you all would need to take May council meeting to hit the November ballot.
Okay, good. So that's important knowledge. Javiera?
Yeah, just real quick. And it's either we do it 2021 or we wait till the next municipal election in 2023. Or does it matter? And it can go on the 2022 ballot because there's always an election in Durham. Every year anyway.
I need to confirm that with our bond counsel in the city attorney's office, because there is some intricacies to that I just want to make sure I don't give you the wrong answer on that piece. I can shoot you all an email about if we don't do it this year, do you have to wait 2 years or can you do it in 2022?
Okay, thank you.
Good question. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, so let me then ask our staff, our city manager and our to maybe give us some guidance, not today, but to give us some guidance on what some of the categories, we've already discussed some of them, check in with the departments. What are some of the unfunded infrastructure needs that we're talking about, so that we could actually take a look at what this might be with more particulars, and with the equity considerations that we know you all will apply. We want to make sure that these equity considerations are top of mind, as I know that they will be for our staff. And is that enough guidance for you, Wanda and company?
It is, Mayor, it is.
You can see that we need your guidance to help make a decision about this, both what the content of a bond might be, and then we'll have to decide about the timing and whether or not we think this is something that we can do on this ballot, want to do on this ballot, or that we need to wait, and we'll have the information about how long we have to wait. Colleagues, other thoughts and ideas that you might have that you want to convey to the city administration on this? Again, I'm not trying to shut down discussion. So if there's anyone who has any other thoughts to offer. Any other hands? Okay. All right, I will turn it back over to John or Bertha or Wanda. Not sure who's giving us our send-off today.
So I believe, Mayor, that we are at the end of the day. Am I correct, John?
Correct.
And we would be, I don't know if you've finished, the council and mayor have finished closing remarks. I do have a very few remarks to close us out.
I don't have any remarks, but let me ask my colleagues, Wanda, and then we'll turn it over to you for the final remarks. Colleagues, would you like to make any final remarks before Wanda? Okay, Wanda, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, after presenting these budget projections and budget outlook, the CIP update, as well as the economic outlook today, we are always hopeful that these topics and real-time updates that we've selected provide the important information you need to begin to provide budget guidelines to us later this month that will move us another step closer to a proposed budget for 2021-2022. Again, I would like to thank the staff here today who are experts and do this work as good as anyone and actually better than most. They have been recording questions and insights. They've been monitoring the chat for issues requiring additional information and follow-up. As we prepare to close this two-day session, I once again call upon an ancestor, an American poet and a civil rights activist, Maya Angelou, for inspirational words as we continue to work on this budget that reflects our policy and, most importantly, our heart as we look for hope and light until we return at the end of the month. And I quote this excerpt from On the Pulse of Morning. Lift up your eyes upon this day breaking for you. Give birth again to the dream. Women, children, men, take it into the palms of your hands. Mold it into the shape of your most private needs. Sculpt it into the image of your most public self. Lift up your hearts. Each new hour holds new chances for a new beginning. Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic ending to today, Madam Manager. I have one more thing I'd like to do before we go, which is just to ask the members of our budget staff, and if there are other members besides David and members of our finance staff, to make yourself visible on the camera. I know we have several of you all here, Aaron and Tony and Christina, and if there are other members of the budget staff here, we know that behind the scenes, usually we get to hang out with you all on this day, and we get to go over to the tables that you're madly taking notes at, and we get to shake hands and share a few words and maybe a meal. And we're not able to do that today, but I just wanted you all to be on screen so we could all say thank you. We are so grateful to you. You are unbelievable.
Woo! Thank you.
And you heard Pierce. You're not just better than most, you're better than all. And our gratitude to you is without bounds. So thanks for doing it all so incredibly well.
Thank you.
And colleagues, thank you for hanging in there for a couple of long days. And I guess we'll see you on Monday night. Is that right? Monday night, 7 o'clock. Be there, be square. I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned at 2:50 p.m.